All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Thursday Night American Richi Mahjong League. My name is Max, otherwise known as Light Pink Yoshi, and I am here joined by Michael.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, and we are here bringing you some B1 action. It appears that this is going to be the third session, their third game, so they'll probably be finishing their session tonight. We've got Jacob R and Tommy S who are sitting in second and third place respectively in B2, as well as Eric, who is currently sitting there just at the bottom of that promotion zone, and Travis, who's trying to get out of the demotion range. Are you familiar with any of these players, Michael?
Yeah. I've played Eric in A2 last season. I think we're familiar with Eric as one of the prior league champions. Strong player who's had a couple of rough seasons. But
Yeah.
also Travis has a very low call rate and high reachy rate. So he's closed up pretty tight normally.
Oh yeah, I can see that there. Though it looks like a rough season for him so far, looking at like a 16% win rate only. Anyway, we're into the game. Looks like
When
we've
he
got
wins, he
Tommy
wins
here.
big.
Yeah, true, true. Yeah, we've got Tommy here as our first dealer. Not a terrible hand to start. Has a Dora, has some good shapes. Just needs to actually finish them. Then it'll be Travis on our right. Ryan, or sorry, not Ryan, Jacob across the way. I don't know where I got Ryan. There's no Ryan here. And it's going to be Eric as our last dealer over. The East Pawn gets declined here by Travis. Like immediately like playing into what you said, or he's looking for those big wins. Doesn't really want the East only.
Yeah, does
So I
not
guess
want to take the tone like only hand here.
yep, across the way, looks like a potential Zanshoku still being hedged. Would take quite a bit of work. But yeah, likely just going to take the still not quite Ishan 10. Yeah,
Yeet.
Ryan Shan 10 for yeah, and that's gonna be Tenpai for the dealer. Dang, it's been a minute since I commentated Mahjong. I'm having to keep back up with 10 health. Playing too much Monster recently. But yeah, looks like we're gonna have a dealer Ricci. Just Ricci Dora one, but a nice 5/8 so waits. There's five of them at the wall. But we see one of them as the Dora indicator and one of them in Tommy's hand, Eric holding the other one. We'll see if Eric can do anything about this, because Eric actually has a very nice Ishanten himself. No, that is not the temp I draw, and that would be a push. It's one so. Yeah, decides to do it. Player behind the two so. Alright, those five so starting to fill into other players' hands. Jacob across the way playing that west pair out. Doesn't really want to risk anything.
Yeah, really not much worth pushing here on the table, I don't think.
Yeah.
Actually,
I mean,
Eric's Dora 2 hand is pretty nice, but
yeah, I think the biggest problem that Eric's gonna run into is that most of the time he's like, if he gets Tempai, his best way is gonna be with cutting the Dora, and it's really tough to do that into a dealer Ricci.
yeah.
Let's see. Oh, there's another 8 so. Okay, so we'll see what Eric wants to do here. Does play the Genbutsu 5 Mon. Yeah, this decides that enough is enough. Can't really force this all the way back to temp. I could have played the 3 so, I think, which leaves more options towards having this hand be tempai at the end of the hand. But yeah, likely we'll just be folding this out. Yeah, there goes the 3 so as well. No one else really able to find their way to tempai, it looks like. Just drawing too many tiles that just look too bad. And in fact, Eric does not have an easy choice here. There's no real like obvious safe tile, but I wouldn't expect 8 though to
Tsumo.
be cut. Yeah, there's the Suji. And there's the Sumo. Gonna be Uchi Sumo Dora. Do we see Uro for the Mangan?
We do not.
No,
But
but
still, that's a significant lead they have early on.
yeah, and that 8 so Sumo is actually what popped that up to be 40 Fu there. Because he had the Onko of 1 pin giving 8 Fu. Normally that'd be taken as a Ryanmen, the 6 7 7 8 9, but because it's a Fu difference, you would take it as you had your shape was 6 7 8 so, and then 7 9 so. So you get two for the Sumo and two for the Kanchan. So you only get 40 food there if you assume the 8 so. The 5 so would have been just 330. Scoring math. It's niche and fun. Totally. Anyway, it looks like just starting off this hand, not the best hands for anyone. Travis on a right
Oh,
looking
not
like
really.
yeah, Travis on a right looking like they want to do something with this Chun. Maybe dream of Daisangan, but not quite far away. Eric, the only one who has seen a Dora, just decides to get rid of it, looking maybe towards like a 6, 7, 8 San Shoku, potentially Tanyao. It's like normal-ish looking hand, but none of the shapes really like quite finished. Tommy makes a cut here, pushing towards Tanyao by playing the one so. Can just pulling it down, try to keep his deal,
Yeah, I
but
expect Tommy to probably call
yeah, there's not a
with his hand.
lot of value to be had here, especially when the Dora becomes something unusable. And it's not the easiest hand to complete close just with the amount of pairs currently sitting in it. And the 5 so Kanchan, which is never an easy shape. Let's see, across the way actually is a nice looking Ishanten though. Potential for like a 4, 5, 6 Choku if things get drawn. Yep, and there's the 6 1. Nope, just throws it right back out.
This
Maybe
does not want to slow the hand down potentially to try to make that
yeah,
happen.
yeah. Maybe once the more consistent maybe Tanyao, like if you get 4 pin or 7 pin, you can play out the 1 2 so and use the 4 pin as your pair.
Right.
Declines the chi for it though, because it is Ishanten. No need to chi to keep the same Shanten there. That is not quite Tempai, but can make a choice here. See what they want to do. The 4 mon and the 7 mon are both 1 cut, so they decide to keep I think the widest Ishanten here by keeping the 5 mon and 3 pin
Yeah,
pairs.
expecting to be able to pawn one of those pairs there.
Yeah, and there goes another Dora. Oh, and the Chun has been formed into an Anko. Travis actually has a very nice Ishanten himself on our right, but likely to just be Richi Chun. Really looking to just draw either the Haku or the Hatsu, which are in the wall. We don't really see them. Okay, that's gonna be Tenpai. We'll see if this will be a Dama or a Richi.
Each.
All right, gonna Richi.
Yeah, that
I think okay, I do like this play. Yeah, normally, especially when an honor's like this live this late, it means someone has it. But in this case, the Hatsu just all happen
Each.
to be in the wall, but like the Haku are also in the wall. So
right.
we are going to see the chase, though. It's going to be Richi Chun versus Richi Pinfu. 4 7 so versus Haku. 7 so is Genbutsu to Travis, so if someone's desperate, they may find themselves having to cut it. And Tommy also has drawn a Tenpai while we were talking about all this. Pushes the Suki 7 pin. Oh,
Tsumo.
there's going to be the pin for Tsumo. 3 Tenpais and Eric just kind of sitting there with a... It's not really as dangerous as it probably looks to him. All right. No Ura yet.
Yeah, it probably seemed dangerous to him.
Yeah, but like... usually players do not have the all-seeing eye in the sky to tell them when things are dangerous. Otherwise, the game would be a little bit unfair.
Looks like Travis has a possibility for Pinfu Ipeco or something like that here if somebody
Pump.
if they can get rid of the
Yeah,
penchon there.
there's also like if you get the right shapes here, Travis also has maybe a chance at Chanta, just like trying to dream of forming value. That's also a fourth pair.
That's
Dreaming,
true.
yeah, dreaming of Chitoy potentially decides to cut the 1 2 so penchon. Not really sure what they're seeing with the 8 pin, but maybe they want to hedge towards like a Honitsu or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the 8 pin didn't come out first, but I did expect that penchon to come out eventually.
Yeah, but it's just like there's no reason to really do it right now, I don't think. There's an Onko. Oh, no, okay, maybe we're going for Tanyao. Oh, but we already see a Tenpai on our right. That is going to be Jacob with just south Dora, but not an insignificant amount of points. You'll take 2,000 and skipping last place deal. Waiting on the 8 mon only, but has plenty of chances to upgrade and quite a bit of time to do it. Across the way, Eric has his own Naishi Shanten, would be Richi Pinfudora. No way to open it, but oh wow, yeah. I wonder what Travis is really going for here. I'm gonna be honest, I can't tell.
Yeah, I did expect actually him to keep that 9 pin there.
Yeah, I wonder if that may have been maybe like accidentally clicking or something like that. Because I know
Yeah,
10-0,
maybe.
a lot of people that aren't used to playing on Tenho will accidentally like click around or right click and end up cutting. But it looks like he's just hard committed to this Tanyao, even plays the 8 pin there. Which makes sense now that you play the 9 pin, you might as well
Yeah,
avoid the 30 pin.
right. Makes sense now.
Yeah, I just don't think it's
Oh, what a
necessarily
nice draw.
necessary. Yep. I do
Oh,
believe it's actually a step back in Shanten though. To play a 7 pin there. Could have at least held the Kanchan and kept the ability to palm.
that's true.
Ooh, and by the way, on our rights, Creed has shifted their weights to a 3-6 so Arianman, adding
Oh,
Dora 2.
that's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, adds Dora 2 with a potential for Dora 3. So that 2,000 point hand is now at least 3,900. And there is one more Dora out there. Eric might run into some trouble. Just because it makes a lot of sense for Eric to cut if you get Tempai to cut the 3 so. It's just, gonna be unfortunate if it does happen.
リーチ
Yeah, this will be it. This will be the dealing.
Yep.
ドン
Yep.
Nothing you can really do about that.
No.
No chance you're taking your declining pin food to wait on a worse weight. Unless you're a Sanzo cultist. Sometimes being in a cult works. The
That
majority
doesn't
of the
strike me as Eric's style, though.
no. Eric is a Eric is a different kind of cultist. Very very stats. Very digital. Alright, we've got Jacob's deal. Fresh off that 3,900 point win. That's pretty reasonable acceptance for the Dora. Maybe an outside shot, 5, 6, 7 soft checker, something like that. Would really like to draw on that 5 pin Dora, connect to the floating 6 pin. All right. Monster shape looks pretty good. Also, potential for another each Shanten for said Sanchoku. 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku would look great for Eric, and he immediately sees it, cuts the 9. So, Twyman actually has a really nice hand, Tommy. Potential to pair that 5 pin Dora and the Nopaton.
That is pretty nice.
Ooh, okay. We'll see what Eric wants to do here. Actually, 5 months a really interesting draw. How much does he value the potential Sanchoku? Values it a lot. Declines the potential Ryanman, which I think makes a lot of sense, especially once you already find yourself in a little bit of a hole. Sanchoku is one of the best ways to create value for yourself and without red fives, and with other great ways include Uradora and Ipatsu.
Of
But
course.
those are reserved for certain members of us. Now this is that's a bit more iffy. Okay, so you hold the Dora here just in case, because I mean it's Dora. But I think if you fill the
チ
7 so, you just take the pin through Tenpai.
I agree.
Yeah, but if you fill the 7 pin, then it's like, just jam. Alright, but yeah. Sees the
リーチ
sees the dealer cheating, feels like, it's a little bit late. Let's get rid of the 8 pin, hold a safer tile back, and it's just in time. This 8 pin is not a tile you'd want to push into this Ricci. So now he has safe east. This Ricci, by the way, is really nice. It's Tanpin Dora. So it's going to be at
Boom.
least a Mangan waiting on 4 7 pin. And there's going to be the 4 pin coming right out. It'll be 8,000 at the minimum. I can't really fault someone for pushing his dealer, but gets hit with it.
Yeah, I
It's a
mean,
big kick.
you make those pushes knowing it's a gamble.
Yeah. It's a little bit tough when you don't see the Dora and it's as usable as a 5 pin. There's a lot of the theory around playing without red fives is very just like you can push into a lot more Reachies just because they're so much less expensive on average when you don't have red fives. But usually that's
Boom.
because you see one or more of the Dora. But not seeing the Dora, then you combine Tanya Pinfu, it's like, Mongans aren't like rare, they're just rarer.
Maybe there was a little bit of confidence in there. Jacob is doing quite well so far this
True.
season.
True. Yeah, I wonder. I don't know off the top of my head, but this is also if Jacob or Tommy has played with Christian. I imagine they probably haven't. Usually, when players are at the top of the table, like Christian and Jacob are, they do it by dodging each other for a while. Um, but these are players that have played 2 games with each other already. So I wonder if there's something in there that maybe they saw that in previous games that we were not privy to. That said, oh, these Reachies are usually something that I can push into.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Anyway, across the way, actually, Travis has quite nice Ishanten, has West Dora 2, Ryanman, like nice quality Ryanmans as well. Uh, Tommy draws the
Chi.
9 Mon. Gonna move towards his Entol too, and yeah, that's gonna be the Tempai. I'll wait at 1 so for another 3,900 point hand. Trying to skip Eric's deal, which would be a pretty big deal. Because Eric is currently sitting in last place. Travis is the one who is at most risk of being overtaken. On our left, I believe it's not quite no, it's Rion Shantet, I believe. But it's a nice looking hand, it's just probably gonna end up being a little bit too slow. And if that force overflows, it's gonna hurt.
Is that um yeah. Okay.
Chi.
There's gonna be the Chi from Eric, probably feeling the need to speed up. Does need to find a pair. Not
Right.
willing to give up his safe tile though. So loses actually quite a bit of pair acceptance by playing that 6-0. Because now 5-so draw is worse. You really like the only tempai you get that's good here is drawing 6 mon.
This is an interesting shape that Jacob has now.
Yeah, oh, and there's gonna be
Boom.
that 4-so. Got a tempai actually, but a lot
Was
of good
that
draws.
template only on the 6-mon?
I
Or is
I
that
did-
369 or something like
I
that?
think it was 369. I didn't see it
Yeah, I
clearly
think
enough.
that's right.
It's hard to see things sideways. It's hard to imagine that it'd be awaiting only 6. That was what, like 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8? Does that sound
Yeah,
right?
that must be
Boom.
a
Yeah. Because it's
that's
so
a
you
360.
can it's 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7 at the very, and then 7, 8 at the very least. So at minimum it's 6, 9. There's probably a 3 mon weight in there as well.
Okay.
I don't want to think too hard about it.
Yeah. That's a shape that I have a little bit of trouble with.
Yeah, the shapes are just not the easiest
Boom.
to find. That does benefit Eric though, who is already making by avoiding any Samoan point loss on his deal, since his hand did not look fantastic. Already Dora Tonki here for a Mongon with South Chun. It would be Dora too. The only Dora that people can see has already been discarded, so maybe it's a little bit more likely to get cut. The only player that can even try to work it into their hand is Travis. Everyone else is kind of already abandoned ship on it.
It's that way.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I see.
imagine we might see Tommy try to use it just for the Junshan. It would look quite nice. But he is also Ishanten. Ooh, Eric. No, Eric's not going to take the greed. Ooh, that's a great draw for Tommy, though. You can get
What do
a
you got here?
Junshan Pinfui Peiko if you get the right tiles. No, wow. Wants to go for Chinitsu, it looks like.
Kang.
Oh, this is an easy con if you're Eric. And now,
Boom.
even if you don't get the Dora Tonki, getting the 3-pin Dora here, getting the 3-pin Dora here makes the hand at least worth 5,200, no matter what weight you end up taking. Huh. Alright, well, if
Does
you're not gonna...
not want the Chinitsu enough to call that.
Yeah. Maybe just folding to Eric, I guess. But, like, if you're gonna fold, you just play Sozu, right?
I don't know if Tommy's dealer folds against this. I just don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, but that Forso draw does fill in fantastically. Now Ishanten, and that's Tempai.
Eat.
I'm
Well, those were
sure
some
that,
incredible draws.
yeah, I'm not sure that Tommy realized that his Tempai is a Tonki.
Oh,
I think you
yes.
can kind of see from the pause after the reach. He's like, oh, I see. There's a
Yeah,
lot
no,
of
I would have been a little bit thrown by that as well, I
Yeah, there's
think.
a lot of Sozu in there, but you know what? It works out for him. Suji, near the reach tile, but that doesn't always mean anything. And
Oh my god.
gets the Ura
What
too,
a
so
pay.
he's gonna gets the 12K. Oh, and is rewarded with another fantastic starting hand here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Haku, Dora, just nice shapes all around. Eric probably like sitting there, just like, man, I waited 1 month for that entire hand, and it's like, we'll check the login to see that like they just never got drawn.
Right.
Because I think they would have been cut before that Ricci. Yeah, I
Chi.
believe I think his play there with the 3-pin was because it was Genbutsu to the dealer. He did not want to jam the Dora into the dealer Ricci.
Boom.
Makes sense.
It's one of those where it's just like, yes, the weight is
Oh.
better, and for same or similar value. However,
Well,
like
Tommy is now tenpai, though not the greatest. You probably want to try to figure out a way to switch this weight around.
yep, there it is.
And there you go.
Nice and easy. Okay, yeah, this plays the 3-pin, nice and simple. Hakudora 1. The interesting part becomes if you draw another 6-pin. Obviously, you want to accept another door into your hand. But do you want to keep the 4-7-pin weight, or do you want to like be fancy with it, play the 5-pin, take the Shabo, go for the dream greed of a third Dora? Probably from this.
Nah, I just pitch 9-pin.
Yeah. From this point situation, like it definitely makes a lot more sense. But we can dream sometimes. Travis on our right actually has a really nice looking Yushan 10. Needs to fill in a 3-pin, but could you get like a Ricci, Peiko, Dora, something like that? Be fake Pinfu with the Chun pair, but that's not bad.
Tsumo.
Oh, that's gonna be Sumo. Never mind. It's 1,000 all, plus the Hompa. And Tommy is well on his way to making up a decent chunk of this gap that he's got with Jacob for second place in B1. Ooh, but speaking of Jacob, Jacob's hand looks pretty nice up there. Haguanko, Wenso pair now. Maybe Chanta. Not a huge fan of the 2-mon first cut though,
Kang.
because of the 1-mon Dora. And now gonna be regretting it even a little bit more as the 3-mon becomes the Condora.
Right.
But judging by Tommy's hand, it looks like a lot of these palms might end up coming out for
Home.
like there's the Hatsu, like the One-So's looking like it might come out at some point, depending on how the draws go.
Do you just play this as a toy? Like what?
I mean, you have quite a bit of. I think you just play for Tenpai, and if Toy happens to come in that time, great. Because by conning already, and especially not hitting door, you've opened yourself to a lot of risk. Also, everyone has already like killed the Chun, by the way, so there's no dream there, unfortunately.
No.
Yeah, you open yourself to a lot of risk with that con when you don't hit Dora. And it looks like Eric on our left is actually trying to punish it, holding on to that 3-mon Dora and trying to get like just a good Ricci, like draw like 2-mon, draw 4-mon, just get
Right.
anything that can put pressure on Greed. But I think right now probably just gonna be looking towards either Chanta or just pulling the Tenpai.
Decides that gambit was not worth it.
Yeah, maybe feeling a little bit spooked, maybe liking the very, very wide shape that he has at Pinzu. But I think with like the 2-pin pair, like the only good Tenpai you're really getting by putting that 9-so is like 3-pin Tenpai becomes a lot better.
Home.
Yeah, I personally like just continuing to grade. Okay, yeah, and there, okay. Jacob calls the Tenpai. Right now, it's just the 2 Yakuhai. It'll be 50 Fu, I think, probably. Yeah. Yeah, because it's 24 Fu open already. So
Right.
250 is like 3,200 plus the
There
home
it
bonus, like 4K. Like, for how this, or sorry, not 4K. 3,200 plus 600 is not 4,000. Shocking. You would think for the amount I'd play mahjong, simple arithmetic would not be beyond me, but this is why I have a liberal arts degree. Somehow, if I can't click the buttons, I cannot do math. Travis, though, now
Travis?
is our dealer.
Yeah, normally doesn't open, but may open with Tone as dealer.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to.
Home.
Especially, so I see this hand, and like my first and probably only thought about this hand is I'm gonna palm the east and wait on this west Dora. Especially from
Yep.
last place. Like
That's
he
right.
really needs the points. And it looks like that's gonna be the gameplay. Yeah, it's like I agree with this as well. Like you play the Chun just in case. Because if you draw a 3-so, it's like or another 3-so or 6-so,
You know.
you begrudgingly take Tempo.
Right.
It's like man. Across the way, Eric's got a Sanchoku hedge, it looks like, with the 5-6-7.
Chi.
Played the 5-mon there. Actually, the only pair in his hand. It's not really that you want to use. And gets rewarded. Draws the 4-mon back. So now has the Shanten for Tanya Sanchoku. We see the Chi come out from Jacob on our right, looking for a Junshan Sanchoku or something like that. However, needs to get rid of that 4-star or else he's going to get stuck with it when he calls the one so. Because like right now he's Tenpai, but he doesn't have a Yaku. So
Right.
if you cheat the one so, you have to break your Tenpai.
Yeah, that's a nasty situation to put yourself in.
Okay. Looks like Eric is moving away from the Sancho, who wants just the widest possible Ishanten. Here is like I think okay now now the Forso comes out, especially because you can chi the other one mon or just like do anything with it. And if you end up Furry Tenpai, you end up Furry Tenpai. But yeah, Eric gets rewarded, gets the Tanya Pinfu. Waiting 3-6 mon. Oh, there's the Dora. Definitely gonna fight, and it is a Genbutsu wait. So this is actually really good for Travis. We'll see what ends up getting pushed. Oh, that's a Tenpai as well. Okay, that is what? 3-mon, 2-pin. Oh,
Interesting draw.
oh gosh, if 3-mon comes out here, it's gonna be a double run. No, plays the 4-mon because it's safe to Eric, but now all 3 players are waiting on 3-mon. Oh, this is gonna be 3-mon. It has to be. Dora 3, yeah. Okay, there's gonna be the double run. Because Eric is next in play order, he's gonna get the 2 Ricci sticks, which is a nice little benefit. No Uradora for either player.
That's some real pain for Travis, though.
Yeah, I mean,
That hurts.
You've got 12k Tenpai, like, you just gotta do it. I don't know whether or not I would have found it in me to push 4-mon. I might have just wanted to keep the Rionman. But, like, either way, it's, once the 4-mon comes, like, the 3-mon's coming.
I think normally, if there hadn't been any threat on the table, I probably would have just thrown the extra Dora back, but man, I don't know.
Yeah, the 2-5-mon weight just looks so enticing with how safe it looked to Eric.
Right.
And it wasn't particularly bad to Tommy as well. Tommy, by the way, sitting here at 60,000 points. It feels like this is like a quiet 60,000. You know, it feels like the only like big hand that Tommy got was that Ura-2 Mangan on the 8-mon Tanki. But like somehow he's doubled his. And we're already in South 3. This has been one of those like faster games. Like we're less than half an hour in. The game's over.
Have there been any repeats?
Tommy got a few.
I think
Tommy got a few.
Okay, they've just been fast.
Yeah. Overall fast play. Generally a trait of a more experienced table. I believe I know most of these players have been here for most of the league, I think. Obviously everyone's taken very different paths to get where they are.
We say that, but I think I had one of those 70-minute games in A2 last season. So.
Oh yeah. You should have just won more hands. Or less hands if you were the dealer. 70-minute Tenno games are just absolutely brutal. It's there's a little bit more like time spent on each decision. Anyway, the Ricci across the way. It's one of those shapes that's like not necessarily easy to see, but it is just Ricci Pinfu. Waiting on 4-7 so. If he gets the 7 so, it's gonna be Ipeko. Unfortunately, the 4 so is not. And using 2 7 so in hand means that it's more often than not going to be that Ipeko. But you know, you take what you can get. Especially from
Yeah, that's still, I mean, you don't really need to fish for value as Tommy, so.
Yeah. It's like you got 60,000 points. I mean, honestly, you could just dominate this. But I think Tommy's out for blood. Tommy sees like, oh, it's only 100 points to first place, like easy. Let me get that real quick. Now, 1 so is definitely a push here from Jacob.
Yeah.
Has like safer tiles for sure. Could maybe try to go towards like a Tanya. Like 9-mon doesn't seem like the worst push in the world. Maybe this is a chi, maybe it's not. The 2 Dora are all the Dora are locked up. Now that Eric sees that he has 2 of the Dora though, starting to like risk a little bit more. 3-pin looked pretty safe, but wasn't good.
There is the Pinfu, but no Ipeko, so.
Yeah, so just 700, 1300. Second time we've seen 320 Tsumo. Now that is going to bring us into South 4. So the biggest thing here is obviously Jacob would like to overtake Eric to 1,000 points, even if it's a tie. You know, like save yourself the Uma.
That hand is not fast though.
Yeah,
well, that helps.
Yeah, it does, but it's not a hand that you can really open. Is the biggest thing. Travis across the way probably gonna try to do like some Yakuhai Toy stuff. Even if you get a Mangan, like even if you can't make that like a Shosangan or a Daisangan, like 8K is 8K. Pretty good.
Yeah.
I imagine this will be like, yeah, not a Chun cut is what I expected
No.
there. And I imagine if we see the Hatsu get pwned,
7.
7-8 so is gonna follow.
Yep, I would expect that.
Yeah. It's like the Nice Lock here is not like a bad option. But Tommy actually has incentive to go fast here as well, and does seem to be aiming towards that. Because if Tommy can get this game to end, then he's going to lock himself that extra 5,000 points, like plus 5. So it's 5,000 points. Oh, okay. Toy toy. Yeah,
Boom.
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
Commits to the toy toy, and then which makes sense, like you're pretty much almost always getting manga, but it's going to hold on to that shit just in case.
Just in case.
Eric is obviously the dealer. Would like to get
Oh, the
Hatsu.
decision.
Hatsu. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. And it looks like the 8-pin at the very least. So show Sangen Toy Toy. At minimum, this hand will be a hot amount of traps gets it. We do see 2 tunes currently. Oh, but is that gonna be the temp poem? I feel like you kind of have to, right? Take your 12K Tenpai.
I think yeah.
I can understand wanting more because like you're so
Boom.
close, but it's just it's not meant to be. Like 12K is just so big here. If either of Eric or Ryan deals in, which is
Huh?
like sorry, where do I keep getting Ryan? Sorry, if either Eric or Jacob deals in, this is going to be a placement switch, which is absolutely massive. So not only is it 12,000 points, but then you save yourself 10K in Uma as well. I don't think you can't, by the way.
Boom.
You really can't because like Shun is not a suspicious tile right now. Like
Right. It would be it was more like a content thing than actually
yeah.
wondering
Oh,
if it was a good
that's
move.
Tenpai. Yeah, it's gonna take it. It's only Richinomi, but it is enough points to get Ryan ahead. Jacob. Oh my god. I don't understand like what is like wrong with me. His name is Jacob. It's right there on my screen. There's not even a Ryan in this league. But yeah, Jacob is even this Richinomi is enough points to get ahead of Eric, take second place. Also if Eric's no 10, it's enough points to get second place, which Eric is trending towards being no 10. So I think this, even though this is like bad weight Nomi, like theoretically, it's
Oh,
not
it
the
makes
worst.
sense.
Yeah. Ooh, Eric has a tough choice
Boom.
here, and it's gonna play the 4-pin. It deals in. This is actually very good for Eric because it's only 1,000. So Tommy gets an extra 2K with the reach stick. Eric keeps second place. Travis is sad. Jacob is sad. Eric is like, I did absolutely nothing in the game. Meh, second. Like, I'll take it. The big winner is definitely Tommy.
Yeah, some passive mahjong happening for not by his decision,
Yeah.
not by his preference.
Every time I watch Eric, it just feels like, all right, well, Eric got no hands, or the hands that Eric got dealt it. Uh, okay. Anyway,
That
yep. Okay, 5 minutes. Yep. All right, cool. Yeah, so it looks like the second game of the session just started, so we got 5 minutes to kill. We can take this time to just do some overall stock taking of B1. 'Cause I know personally I have not had as much free time as I really hoped I would, so I am just not very up to date with how these leagues have been going. Oh,
Oh, and
but
I've been on hiatus, so I haven't been following quite as closely either as normal.
yeah, it looks like the story of this league has just been that Christian has a lot of points, and other people are trying to catch them. 6 firsts in 12 games will do that, especially with a 30% win rate. And like anything else, like when you can win like significantly above average amounts of hands, life's gonna be pretty good for you. But at the top of the table, you see a lot of like those 10% dealing rates as well. Alfred, I know, has had multiple good seasons. Mike McLeod sitting there in fifth, very, very consistent player. Jonathan, someone I met at PML, always very solid. I think has had a fair amount of success on the 10-hole ladder. Looks like we've got like a nice little like kind of cluster sitting around plus minus 0 in that range. Sarah, Anya, Rachel, Shane, Sam. all really within like striking distance of Eric for that last promotion spot. And you never know, there might be more promotion spots available. But at this point in the season, you have to just assume 7.
I think
Rachel
this
won.
is a somewhat unusual amount already because A2 is expanding to 24 in the spring, I think.
Yes, I believe the plan was actually to expand to 24 like this past season, but just the with the way that scoring ended up with hiatuses and dropouts and whatnot, it just
Right.
didn't end up being. So like yeah, it happens. But it looks like it is set to do so this season with 7 players in the promotion range. There's actually only 9 players positive, I think, which is like not that unexpected. Rachel actually pulled herself up quite a bit last night. I know she had a bit of a rough start, but had that nice Suwanko
Yeah.
on Anya's deal too, and they're now
Yeah.
sitting next to each other in the standings.
One thing that's interesting here is seeing there's a bit of a jumble of EVs around that range. I
Yeah,
think I I think the Anya may be taking some big sumo loss to be where she's at with that EV.
yeah, like she's winning. I mean, she's at what the fourth highest win rate, below average deal in rate, and the second cheapest average deal in. Like, adds up to a very good EV sitting at 934 and be a season that anyone would be happy with. But I think what probably is gonna end up happening here is just like the 45% participation means like she's probably winning a lot of the hands that she does get to play.
Mhm.
45, but she just hasn't been getting to play that much, so hasn't been able to convert those wins.
Yeah,
See
actually,
like
oh, yeah, and speaking of the participation column, we see aggression being rewarded in B1.
yeah, the players that are like finding the ways to participate in the most hands, everyone up there in like the 60s having a very nice season. Whereas like, and it's not
Surprising
like
that. Oh, go ahead.
oh sorry, yeah, it's like it's not even like that different across the board. The only like really outliers are Eric and Sam's like sub 41 as well as
Hmm.
Travis. But Travis we've already like kind of spoken of as their play style. They're sitting there at the top of the table in Ricci rates. They're just there's a very men's end player, and it doesn't seem like their hands are coming together. But it seems like some of these players have been probably like fairly blessed with their hands in terms of like getting value that can be gotten open
Yeah.
when you get like Jacob sitting there with a 45% call rate, but also like middle of the table, maybe slightly below average win rate or average win value.
I'm pretty impressed by Michael and Jonathan having 62% participation rates and 9 sub 10% deal-in rates.
Yeah, it is definitely an art form to be able to open your hands and put yourself at risk and like keep yourself out of danger. It's something that like playing defense with an open hand. Like if you check any like stats page, like the majority of your dealings are going to come when your hand is open.
Right.
It's just kind of the way it goes. You have less tiles to work with. Like you really like no matter how you feel about it over a large sample size, you really don't deal in when you're in Ricci that often.
It does feel like it's a lot more often than it may be.
But
It
the
just
major
stings a little bit more.
yeah. So those players that are like finding ways to play hands and avoid dealing in are finding themselves rewarded for it, which is always nice to see. That is one of the very difficult aspects of Mahjong. But anyway, we're into the game here. We've got Jacob in front of us. He is going to have the double tone pair already in hand, and like a hand that has a pretty outside, like not a bad chance of becoming a Chanta or like a 7-8-9 Sancho, something
Mm.
like that. Especially with the 9-pin door, you'd like it.
Just goes ahead and drops that 5 right back off.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I hate that 5-pin cut. But I really,
I don't love it either.
yeah, this like,
Oh,
okay. Well, I mean, now it's like, all right, you
there's
can
the
commit.
Chanta commit.
But I think I don't think you have to Chanta commit. I think like if you play Tumon and then you pull in the east, then you can kind of just like sit there and choose which block you want to cut. But you have like 5-pin pair and then 7-9 pin.
Then raising some eyebrows at the table with these cuts.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The middle tile cuts are always especially early is like, oh god, what
Home.
it's gonna be Travis on our right, it's gonna be our second dealer, starting south. Paul's the south. Also has some wins in his hand. Maybe Dreamy of Honitsu's has played a 6-0 pair. Would be a quick, probably 5,200 points, just
Home.
based off. I expect this to be a Paul and cut 6-8. Yeah. Okay. Travis sticking true to what you called out as soon as we got to the broadcast. It's just like, he's gonna if he's open, he's gonna make it worth his while. Across the way is gonna be Eric, who has I like this switch by the way. That 1-so for the 4-so switch. It's like pretty easy to overlook, but if he draws another 4-so, it lets him get Tanya. And
Right.
then, but he's Ishanten for just Riichi Pinfu. Draws the Dora on the Apatsu turn of the Riichi.
Oh well, now it's safe, but
Yeah, Tommy makes it safe, and this is just gonna be Riichi Pinfu that this 5-mon deals into. Yeah. Lots of aggressive pushing. I think just kind of doing a quick glance at Jacob's stats. That has been a bit of his MO so far, and he's so far managed to make it work. Like he's dealing in 16% of the time, which normally you would say like, oh, that's high.
but
Maybe you want to get that down, but he's winning 32% of his hands, and his wins are more than his deal-ins. So
30. That's not a sustainable win rate, but for now.
Yeah, I mean over 10, 11 games, like any stat is going to be like somewhat skewed, but
Right.
like he's playing aggressively and it's working out for him.
Yeah,
It's just
ride the wave while you got it.
66% of hands, and even with 16% dealing, has found his way out of fourth place. And any time that those dealings have gotten him in trouble, 0-4 on the season so far, which to me speaks probably to probably some good draws, in clutch moments, but also some very solid positional play, knowledge of points, understanding what you need and when in certain situations. Anyway, this hand we've got dealer, but already Ishanten, potential Ipeko Pinfu if you get the God Draw 8-pin, which there are 2 in the wall. Haku is the Dora. It's been cut once. We don't see any of the rest of them. That is Tempai for Tommy. It is Ishanten. I'm also going to wait on that 8-pin. Or sorry, not Ishanten. It's Ishanten for Toy Toy, but it is currently Tempai. Travis decides that he wants this 6-9-mon weight, not interested in the 7-mon, and that is going to be the Toy Toy. Yeah, surely. Okay, so it's going to be 7-pin 9-mon. We see... Oh, is the 9-mon going to come out right now? Yeah. That's a rough one.
Yeah, rough start for Jacob this game.
Yeah, we'll see if he can continue to work what we were just talking about, because that's 2 quick deal-ins. We'll see if he can leverage that 32% win rate and get himself back out of last place. This hand for Eric. I look at this hand, I'm like, Kokashi? It's just so bad. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 start. Not wouldn't have been the most out there Kokashi force that we've seen in this league. I think we saw Dave start last season start with 5.
That's absurd.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it just happens. Personally, if I was Eric, I would have been hedging this hand towards the Honitsu just because it's so bad. But it looks like he just wanted to play for raw efficiency and try to get the most out of his dealer turn. But is slowly making his way towards Menholm Chitoi, Dora 2. Should be kind of sick. But probably not going to happen because we do have a Riichi on our right from Tommy, which is Riichi Dora 2, actually. Fake Pinfu, but I'm okay to give up Pinfu when my pair is the Dora.
Yes.
Oh, and this is going to be a con here. And yeah, Cora calls it out in the chat. Jacob actually could have cheated that 4-so to be Tempai. Chose not to. Maybe didn't like the tile they had to push, but then goes ahead and cons the Hatsu. It makes it look like they want to fight anyway. Whereas Travis on our left sees that the Riichi maybe he's not something you should fuck with. Surely you cheat this, right? You have to give it to it, yeah. But this is now a guaranteed Mongon for Tommy after that con, because he did get a door out of it. And then Jacob did not, but picking up the even just the Hatsunomi here, 1300 plus the stick, goes a long way to getting yourself out of last place here. Get some back over 23k, and all of a sudden you're Mongon. But they're both on 3-6-mon. Any deal in will be a double realm, so it's just kind of see which one draws the 3 remaining tiles first. 2 remaining tiles.
Well, Eric's a collector right now, so
yeah, Eric sitting here is like, man, what I wouldn't give to be able to push this hand. But also, he's probably starting to sweat a little bit because none of these tiles is anywhere near safe. But now the East comes out, so Eric's got that to be able to cut. Tuso is Genbutsu to Toyman. 7-mon comes out. All right, 7-mon's gonna do. Meanwhile, Jacob has not found a tile that he feels he needs to fold on. Honestly, like looking at the discards, like nothing has really been that live that Eric or that Jacob has had to push. Naimon not the best. Certainly, Naimon definitely a very sus tile, but you know, once you're this deep, you might as well. It looks like there's gonna be one of each dead wall, and we're just gonna
And
get
Eric is
exhaust.
breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, sees the that he was holding 5 winning tiles. Like, you know, it could have gone worse. But that is 1,500 points well earned for Jacob. Played similarly aggressively, and in that time did not get unlucky by drawing the deal-in tile. Though in that case, drawing the deal-in tile would have been lucky because it would have been a Tsumo. And now Jacob actually on a right has a pretty good looking Honitsu. Problem for me is that if you open for that Honitsu, it's gonna be like Honitsu Nomi. Which with 1,300 in the middle, you know, like potential
I
for
you
3,300,
I
not
think you
bad.
reluctantly open if you get the right tile.
Yeah, especially with like 8 mon already coming out twice.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
cheat
Cheat.
this, I think.
yeah. Oh, that's not the way I would achieve that personally.
Home.
But has leaves himself on the 6 mon pay Shabo. I assume this is gonna be a 5 mon coming out at some point from Tommy. The thing is, though, going Honitsu here is actually like, even if it's only Bakahon, it's a pretty good Bakahon being Honitsu only. Pretty good bluff because the Chundora is
Cheat.
only 1 out, and not the easiest thing to really, you know, it's
Home.
hard to assume that Jacob doesn't have anything.
Right.
Oh, just gonna go for the Chini too.
Ah.
Okay, I actually love this switch. I think it's early enough that you can just go for it.
Yeah,
Oh.
no, I don't mind
Come.
it.
Yeah.
I
Oh, and
think
that's gonna
I'm
be the 5
Oh,
mon Dora.
wow.
That's Tenpai. Okay, so
Wow.
there's only 2 5 mon to be able to find, but this is now a Hanuman. Chinitsu Dora 1. It would be Chinitsu Dora 2. Eric draws the Forso, not gonna cut it. Fits right into his hand at the moment. Oh, there's one of those 5 mon. I can't imagine it. Oh, what?
Wow.
Don't.
Oh,
Eric.
that's smart.
Eric. Eric. Like
Ouch.
it was Genbutsu to Tommy, but I don't know. Feels
I would
unnecessary.
have to take another look at that pawn and see just how suspicious I should have been.
Yeah, I mean the pay pair cut, like you pretty much like had to draw perfectly to Tenpai. So it's like it's unlikely if you're cutting pay that you're Tenpai, but it's like it's not impossible.
Right,
And it's like
right.
the punish is so hard for risking that for honestly
Home.
wasn't that great of a hand. But anyway, yeah, we saw this. I guess this is just kind of how Jacob's season has gone. You know, you win deal in a couple times, win a couple times, get all your points back because your wins are are better than your deal-ins. And here we are. Now, Eric looking at a pretty spicy
Eat.
hand. That is Tenpai. Gonna take the takes the 2 tile
Cheat.
weight. I wonder if that's a little bit of a frustration, Richie. This seems like
It
the kind of hand that you could greed for, and now both of those weights are locked up in Jacob's hand.
I
Maybe,
have to imagine that the pay pair comes out rather than
yeah, for sure. And
so
even just like playing one so, I think Jacob's probably a little bit more like leaning towards potentially folding. Because the one so was like something you could have hedged towards Itsu,
right.
but yeah, has the 1 pin Genbutsu though. The 1 pin can't get him in trouble anywhere else, so it's just gonna be a nice safe tile. Tommy is also Ishanten. Ooh, that is gonna be Ishanten. Maybe we see like if Jacob draws a 5 mon, Tuso comes out. Something like that.
Maybe.
Yeah. Then just like it's a 50-50 on which pair you feel like better about. But and especially now that the 5 mon's out. Yeah, there's the 8 mon. Can't really pull that. Ooh, can play 1 mon here. Yep, goes for Tanya. Now can pull that. Unfortunately, the 8 mon is now dead, and obviously the Tuso is similarly dead from Jacob's perspective.
1
He sees all 4 of the tiles in his potential Shanpon. Eric's gonna need a
Gee.
chase with a dead weight. It's really not what you want to see. Now there are 3 players Tenpai, and now there are 4 players Tenpai. Surely this is an 8,
1
right?
It has to be, yeah.
Yeah. So we got 4 players Tenpai, and Eric deals
Boom.
in not Ipatsu, but it's gonna be Richidora 1. And now he finds himself in the unenviable position of being the only one under 30k, which is the insult to injury -5 if the game ends that way. Travis here has a very nice looking hand as dealer.
Yeah,
He got-
pretty strong high pie here.
yeah. Good potential Dora acceptance, Tanya, Sozu Itsu, all things like that kind of popped to mind. Eric on our right is already Ishanten with 2 Dora though. Not the best shapes though, have to say. Double penchant, but it does
Each.
fill.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, you
that's
you slam.
that's really easy.
This is a significantly more justifiable slam. I think the last one I probably would have felt a little bit more comfortable waiting on a 2-tile wait for Ricci +1. Doesn't seem that good overall, and did end up paying the price for it eventually. But this one is like it's Ricci +2. You see, as far as you know, all 4 tiles are live. 3 of them do happen to be held, but how aggressive this table is played would not shock me if a 3-mon came out at some point. The problem is that everyone is using it.
Right.
Like
Gee.
Travis can even draw the 3 right in. That's gonna be Tenpai for Tommy waiting 3-mon 6-pin.
Yeah, no, those are all locked up. He's gonna have to find the last one somehow.
Jacob is now. Ooh, that's gonna be it.
Well, never mind. Maybe
Yeah, that's
that's
the
yep.
danger.
That
Boom.
okay. Well, I spoke too soon.
If you're gonna fight, you fight. Take your Rion then, and you don't have any safe tiles. Oh, that Urador is massive. Getting an extra 2,800 points there for Eric, huge deal. Unfortunately, though, that's if you had to pick someone, if you had to pick someone to not deal into your Mongon, if you knew you were gonna win it, it would have been Tommy because everyone's still above 30k.
Right. You're still forced to do something on this turn.
Yeah, but he does have an
Boom.
East pair that he can palm, which he will. And potential for the Dora. I'm not sure I love the 9-pin cut. I think he could have hedged a little bit otherwise by playing the guess wins first, because this could have been a Chanta. But I think Eric's just going to be playing this for maximum efficiency, which makes sense from the situation. Then I'm on Dora. There are 2 of them in Tommy's hand on our right, trying to get those points back quickly. But the rest of his hand does not really lend itself to calling, though it is now Rian Shanten. Looking like a nice vertically forming hand with the Onko draw. Across the way, not the easiest. A lot of Rionman, but no finished shapes. So it's just pick your poison. What shape
Cut
do you
the
want to
8
cut?
so here probably.
I believe, yeah, 8-so is definitely the most efficient cut. Yeah, all right, does find it. That's actually that's 6-mon's a very interesting draw if you're Travis, but the hand just not probably gonna form fast enough. Oh, that's a 9-mon. Is that gonna come out?
1
It might at some point. We'll see. Unfortunately, Eric's 6-9-mon is being hoarded, really, for lack of a better word, by Travis. Though there is one of each still for Eric to be able to get.
Not anymore. The 9 is now fully held. So
Yeah.
Wait,
Each.
now?
That is Tenpai.
No.
Oh, yeah, that's Tenpai. It's 8-mon 8-mon Kanchan, but Ricci Dora, that makes sense. If you win this Ricci, you're in first place in South 4. That's pretty good. Ooh, Eric, how you gonna play this? Honestly, not an easy decision.
It's not.
I think the widest acceptance is just play 3-mon. Yeah, that makes the most sense. The tragedy comes after you draw 7-mon.
Right.
It's just, I honestly I expect that to happen. Because if you cheat, you can just play 2-so or 2-mon.
Yeah, well, the wall is funny like that, so we might see.
Yeah.
That would have to be the last 7, but Mahjong finds a way.
Yup, it does. By the way, Tommy's hand is kind of nuts. It's Ishanten, but it's Dora 3 and with potential for Sanhok. Though the Tuso is not possible to be drawn. Oh, that's Senpai for Eric. Surely, yeah. 3-so Suji, like you just go. 7-pin got pushed by Jacob, by the way. Jacob, how is Jacob? Jacob's Ishanten as well. So everyone's kind of inching closer and closer. Formon is Nakasuji. It's very justifiable for Tommy to push if he does get Tenpai. Hasn't quite found it. Oh, the problem is 2 5-pins Furryton for Tommy. Formon. Ooh, nope. Doesn't want to risk the Formon just yet. Oh, this 5-so is so cursed. But like you have to, Eric. You don't have a choice.
Yep.
There is one 6-mon left. The problem is that I imagine Travis will con it if he draws it.
Right.
Oh gosh, Eric. Oh god, what choice? Oh wait, no, 7-mon was Genbutsu. 7-mon was Genbutsu. Yeah, really easy choice there then. That's a huge Tenpai hold for Eric. He keeps his deal, picks up 1,500 points, and
has a fairly workable hand here.
Boom.
yeah, potential for like a 3-4-5 Sanshoku, like Dora pair outs. Lots of things that you can force.
Nice.
Oh, what a fantastic
Nice
draw.
draw.
Yeah, what you hate to see though is that immediate southpaw. But if you're Jacob, you love to be able to immediately palm because you have pretty good hand. Once your hand is able to be opened, your shapes are pretty good, and you can end up on like a 6-9 Nobutan a decent amount of the time. All right, 1-mon is not going to do anything for the hand. We do have, speaking of other fast hands, because everyone wants a fast hand right now. Those 1,300 points in the middle in a game this tight score-wise, a huge
Oh,
deal.
what a draw.
Yeah, I kind of would have liked to see Eric Hedge keep the 1-so. His dream of Sanchoku for a little bit. It's only turn 3. I don't think you need to Sakigiri that early, but I certainly understand. Pin Fudora 2 here is absolutely a dream for Eric. Oh, and this is actually Jacob's going for Chanta. Taking a pretty significant efficiency hit to do so as well.
Each.
Tenpai.
Strikes me as a somewhat unorthodox.
Yeah, especially after you play the 1-pin in the first couple of turns. I think all of a sudden, like Eric, kicking and clawing and fighting his way back in. Like if he wins this hand, he's in first place. That's absolutely insane. This is gonna be a fight from Jacob. Jacob's absolutely gonna fight this. So we will see what gets drawn, because 6-9-so is looking pretty damn live. There's 5 of them, and there's 4.
That's
There's 4 of them, but Eric drew one. Do we see Ur for Hane? No, so it's
he's
only,
not that lucky.
Yeah, only 12k. But that does catapult him into first, and in one hand, Eric has gone from the only one below 30k to the only one above, because that's how tight this game has been. These are the games where you really you make your money like across the league.
Right.
Like when you can come out on top in games like this, where it's like a fight in South 3, South 4, and like sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's skill. Like this is they're essentially playing 2 hands of mahjong and deciding who wins off of that. Eric just has odds on it. Like, see, you can really only be as skilled as your hi-fi here. But if you can like come out of these positions ahead, like with any sort of consistency, you're gonna have a good run. See, in terms of hands, decent-ish shapes like everywhere, but no one like really screaming like speed. Tommy probably has like the closest hand to actually like being anything, but needs to find a pair. Has a lot of like outs for finding a pair.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about my head if I were Tommy, but
Yeah.
you could still get into an interesting
Ooh.
situation.
How is Tommy gonna play this? I want to say I just play one of the 9s.
Not yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter which one.
Yeah, either one, whichever one you feel better or worse about. 4, 5, 6, and 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku both on the table for Tommy. Can't call that one, unfortunately. That's a fantastic.
Yep.
Yep,
Easy.
yeah, now
Easy
he's
game. Don't
Shanfen.
even have to make hard decisions here.
Yeah, and holding the I actually do like this is one of those times where I think like maybe I'd like get scared and want to play the 4-pin and like just commit to the Sanshoku. However, fan of that.
Tommy does not want to be
Wait,
in this place anymore.
Tommy, no, you were Tenpai! Tommy, you were Tenpai for Sanchoku!
Apparently did not see it, or
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the play was here. Maybe it's just as simple as a misclick. Who really knows? But either way, it buys Eric a lot more time, who's now Ishan 10 as well, for just would probably just be Richie Pinfu, more than likely. There's like a really, really messed up world where Eric could like decline some like Dama Pinfu and end up 3-4-5 Sanchoku or something. But it's giving everyone else some time as well, as we see Travis has made his way to Ishan 10 while holding onto that door for the entire hand.
Home.
It's gonna be a palm.
pays off.
Yeah, there's gonna be the
Yeet.
Dora draw. All right, gonna be the Ricci on the 6-mon. Ryanman coming out. 5-8, so not as the strongest weight in the world. It is let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles that we see. So 2 in the wall. Honestly, with a Rotogon, not bad for like a generally like average Ryanman, like 5-8. Eric, I think, is gonna be very hard pressed to try to justify fighting this. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, 3-pin is Genbutsu. Yeah, I think it's very hard.
Chi.
Okay, now there's the Chi. Surely you just push the 7. Oh wow, pushes the 7
Chi.
pin. Doesn't trust the 7-mon Suji. Maybe wants to
Nope.
wait on it. But yeah, in the fight for Tenpai, the 5 is gonna do that. It's gonna be Richie Dora 1. Burrow would be massive here, but no.
Nope.
All right, and in a reverse of last game, it's now Jacob and Tommy who are at risk of losing. The 2 players who have had issues. Jacob is 100 points below Tommy at the moment. However, any sumo obviously is going to knock Tommy below for the dealer penalty.
Yeah, so
Oh.
Tommy does not really want to
Yeah.
let
And
anybody do that, but
yeah, I imagine
this-
most of the way through the third session in all leagues, I imagine that that Jacob's one of the only players that hasn't lost a game yet. We'll see what happens here. Okay. I have not perused the standings very carefully for nuance. Ooh, Oh, I see. My bad. I'm being fed information that there are a fair amount of players that still have not taken a fourth, but still, you know, every time another one falls, it's a cause for note, whether that note be celebration or not. Leave to the people in their division.
mm,
All these hands suck. Like
they're
honestly,
not fantastic.
Home.
yeah. Eric sees Toy Toy, I guess.
Chi.
I suppose.
I was actually talking to Eric the other day about or not like specifically Eric, but I've talked to a couple of people about how I think Toy Toy has kind of become like honestly like good in an anti-meta sense.
Okay, well now with that draw, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, now we're looking at like Sanako potential. And that Tuso might actually come out from Travis, though it looks like Travis is trying to make a Honitsu. Travis, I think this might be a little bit overzealous personally, because you don't need this many points. You're only 2,700 points down.
Oh,
And
you win big.
True. And he is making his way quickly, drawing a lot of progress tiles. Speaking of making their way quickly as well, Tommy is now Ishanten. Would just be Tanya, but that is going to be
Home.
Tenpai. And this is waiting on 7-mon and 8-mon, if he cuts the 3-so, which he does. I mean, it's just like a classic Toitsuba. Do you con this, Eric? Surely not, right? Not from first place. Ooh, Doratanki. Oh, you can't Doratanki, of course, because you're Tanya. What am I saying? Oh, but Toy Toy Tenpai for...
Jacob
Yeah.
beats Eric to the to the Toy Toy.
Yeah, and I think
Tenpai.
sorry, not Jacob. Eric recognizing this does not want to play this Chun at all. It doesn't deal into the player that he thinks it deals into.
Well,
Home.
Yeah. Well, the information is now out there that the Chun is fine, so Eric can continue fighting. Oh, yep, and that's...
so he will.
The problem is Eric is not furry type.
Oh. Oh yeah, yeah.
Chi.
That's Oh, that's such a bad situation.
Oh no. Okay,
Oh,
so surely Eric does
no.
not play 7-mon here. Honestly, every tile in Eric's hand kind of looks gross, but
I
I
think
can't.
I start throwing the sixes. No?
I think you
Okay.
kind of have. I think if you're Eric, you have to keep Tempai because
Mm,
if you're no 10 here, then Travis is going to get ahead. Travis is going to get ahead of you.
yeah.
Okay, so this changes the weight to 4, 5, 7,
Boom.
and it comes out immediately for the double
Wow.
roll.
What?
Eric wins toy toy only, but the game continues. And all of a
I
sudden, Eric is the
I
only
w-
one over 30K again.
I was not expecting that turn of events.
Yeah, that is. This has been a very, very tense and interesting, like last couple of hands. Oh, and Eric has to love seeing Hatsudora too in his hand. All right. What do we have? Travis's hand looks not bad to get himself back over. Any like
Chi.
reach, you have to have at least Richinomi.
Yeah.
One on 30 is not enough points for anyone for Travis to get over
Yeah.
30K. Oh, but
Tommy just
like,
gonna go ahead and call Altazuke here.
yeah, I do like that. Like, you gotta go fast. But Travis is already shot at for Sananko. Decides not to palm. Gotta learn his lesson on Toy Toy. Ooh, this is actually a really good draw for Jacob. It's like that Pinzu block is really like difficult to parse. So
Yeah, a
I
bit.
think Triso's not like the most efficient play. You can definitely palm this though. Chooses not to.
Boom.
Oh, okay.
So that's a pair. A Ryanman Tanki. Oh, this goes ahead
Yeah.
and gets rid of that.
Yeah,
Doesn't
okay.
need it
So
anymore.
yeah, so right now it'd be like it's Tempai on 2 pin, 6, 9 pin, 7 pin, and 5 so. Oh my
Each.
gosh, that's Tempai. Richi Sananko pushes the Dora, waiting on like one. Oh, I was really excited, and then I looked at the pawn.
Oh, the ones are
Each.
Yeah. Oh, and this is a huge get for Jacob. It's 2 pin 5 so Shabo, but it's actually equally. Or actually no, it's 1 tile versus 2 tiles. Well, oh, and Eric draws an Anko of Fedora, sitting there like, what the fuck do I do? Eric, I think, does have some wiggle room though, because he sees all of the Dora. Like, surely you can't really expect to deal into a manga.
right.
So like, he should stay above 30K almost no matter what, but he can just fold out. Now that
Tsumo.
oh, the Tsumo, massive for Tommy. Pick up the
Not what you
six.
want to see. It's like
Literally, no one is happy with that result except for Tommy.
right.
Travis is like, fuck, now I'm third, and I lost my shot at getting over 30K. Jacob is like, fuck, I lost my fight, and now I'm like deeper in the last place. Eric is like, fuck, now I'm the only one who's like now I'm
Yeah,
not the
and
only
now
one
you
over
have to deal
30K.
with this hand.
Yeah, you have to play another hand. Any 3-hand sumo will knock Tommy back below 30K, which I believe
Oh,
Eric can get fairly easily here.
okay, well
Reach,
that Shah Anko makes this
yeah,
hand more playable.
yeah, Richi Sumo Dora. Actually, even actually at this point, any sumo that Eric gets is gonna be 40 fu. More than likely, it's not guaranteed if it's like Rihanna sumo somehow. But it's trending that way. Even like 240 sumo is enough to knock Tommy below 30K with the hombo. As it's 700, 1300.
Oh, right. Hmm. Interesting. I don't.
Yeah, it's not the easiest decision in the
Chi.
world, that's for sure.
I guess he
That
takes this extended Ryokan
yeah. Oh,
take
if you're,
here.
I like this chi from Tommy, the 7 pin to confirm the door in hand. But if you're gonna do that, I believe you have to cut Tuso because now all of a sudden, like you're sitting there with the potential furry 10. You could be sitting,
Yeah.
Each.
you could
Yep.
be sitting 357 right now. Oh, that's the Sanchoku. Sanchoku Pinfu Dora. This is an absolutely massive hand for Travis. I like, oh,
Tsumo.
the Ipatsumo, he's gonna win the game!
Oh.
He wins the
So
game!
so does that oh, he wins, right?
Yeah.
Oh yes, easily. Okay. Well, Eric still gets a positive here.
Yeah.
Tommy, his dreams are dashed. and
So if you had told Eric in like last hand that he was going to get second place in this game, he'd probably been a little bit miffed. But if you had told him in South one of this game that he was going to get second place in this game, he'd probably be quite happy. So like
right,
you take it as it comes.
yeah.
But so Travis there actually of note had Pinfu Sancho Kudora, so was guaranteed at least 8,000 points. But I do like the Rishi there, even without the Ipatsu, because if you win, if Ron and Uro wins you the game, he was within Hanuman range of Eric, even like hit. Ron and Uro wins you the game, or Tsumo wins you the game. And I think that's like
That makes sense.
that's
Yeah,
a
I
pretty
think that's a
significant
strong
difference.
Michi.
Yeah, so it's like especially that early. Like usually you see a lot of people saying Dama Mangan, but like
In this particular situation, I think stick goes out.
yeah, and immediately gets rewarded. 2-5 so looks quite strong as well. And we'd seen before that this table was quite aggressive. But that is going to be Jacob's first fourth of the season, so that does finish off everyone in B1 has added at least a 1 to that last slate. In fact, there are only 2 zeros in the entire column. Travis G's second places and Shane B's thirds. Huh. Wow, what a wild like sequence of events that was. That entire
It was.
that
Those were some exciting games.
Yeah, and for Eric to feed that Chinitsu and then like come roaring back to having a chance to be the only one over 30K, like what a lot of lot of good wins. Yeah, but anyway, I am being informed on our end though that we do not have any game scheduled for the next 45 minutes.
Oh,
Uh,
is it? Oh, that's right, because these.
yeah, so Michael, we can do log review or we can just take a break. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
so
so okay,
yeah,
after a break,
so
we can. Yeah,
yeah,
we can do a
we'll take a
review.
break. Yeah, we'll take a break here for a couple minutes, figure out what we're gonna do, and we will catch you in a couple minutes.
Alrighty, and we are back with some log review. I'm going to be joining Max and Michael because we got a very special log, one of mine yet again. Been submitting them. It's always fun doing log review. I'm very excited to pick Max and Michael's brains about these.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't really know that we were doing these, so like I'm more than happy to like go find logs, especially once I get salty.
Yeah, this seems like a fairly. This is a bit of a new segment, so
Yeah, right off the bat, it's like this hand looks quite normal, very solid, decent shapes. All right, yeah, like normal.
Beach.
Okay. We see the 3-pin Rishi. It comes out from the dealer. We have nothing that's actually guaranteed safe, but I imagine this is just north.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that seems standard.
Okay, at this point, we don't really have much of like anything in terms of like anything that we could think. We have 5-so Nakasuji, but it kind of blows up our hand.
I think I
Do you agree with the red there, even though it's unchecked?
Yeah, personally, I do
yeah, I
because
don't I
your only other option really is playing Nakasuji 5-so. But like what your plan after that is probably going to involve playing Chun at some point, and at this, like I'd rather like leave myself the ability to at least try to win the hand. Like,
I
because
agree.
yeah, like if you draw a 7-pin next turn, like you'd be thrilled to have the 5-so in your hand. You'd probably just play 2-pin. Oh, Harrison, you put Nick in twice, by the way, for the people at
Oh,
the table.
oops. Let's get that fixed really quick. The
Yeah, so
legendary double Nick. The other player
yeah,
is Henry on the table, so stats can be up for them. This is also, I should mention, this is the fourth game that I played against them, so I did have a little bit of a read. Nick was
yeah,
playing pretty passive and was kind of getting outsped by stuff, but when going for hands was going big ones. Henry wasn't too afraid to push against stuff, and then Brian was just playing a nice solid all around from what I could pick up. I
Yeah,
couldn't get too
Brian
much
is
of
a
a
part
read.
of my local club, and he is a pretty by the book player.
yeah. I've had the pleasure of playing with him quite a few times. I appreciate the 1-pin that he fed me for my genie or for my Kokoshi. All right, Michael, what do you do with the 7-mon here? I feel like I just want to push the 2-pin.
The two, I
I mean,
I mean,
it's an early reach, right? And it is
Yeah,
cutting of the three
what
so, but it's towards the outside or
what's
the
the
3-pin.
danger reading on the table here? We don't see the Dora.
yeah. We see no Dora. It's turn
That's the
6
dealer.
Rishi, which is like not like it's not like it can be anything. Like
I
honestly,
start.
it's first Rishi.
I think I start folding out here.
Like
Yeah,
the
but
problem is
like
what do you fold with?
the full
Yeah, with
tiles are
what?
so
Right.
tough. The only
So
other
the
thing I could see is maybe 9-pin because you have an 8 to block, but at that point, why not try to
No,
block the 2 because you have double
only
4?
one tile.
Yeah.
Things that I see that are could be relatively safe are 5-so for Nakasuji, like we said earlier, and then 4-so is like kind of like a faux Nakasuji at this point because the 7-sos come out, so it's half Suji. We see 3 of the 2-so, and you'd probably feel pretty comfortable pushing a 1-so into this. Yeah, but I'm personally am pretty okay with just playing the 2-pin here. Um, it's like fairly aggressive, but if you draw 7-pin, like you're gonna be pretty happy to just fight. At this point, probably to play the 9-pin.
Yeah.
And now it's like, hold on. I
I
think just throwing the 6-pin back personally would be
I'm
my
gonna throw
choice.
it back.
Yeah, 6-pin back feels fine. I don't think we need to like fight that hard over this Ishanten. Like once we're really only fighting this hand because like we felt like there was no good fold route. But
Hmm.
once there's like a decent fold route, like 4-so we think is probably safe. Like sometimes you deal into a Shavo. It's like I don't think there's any need to risk 3-so at that point in time.
Okay.
When you can just like play 6-pin and then like if you get like a decent draw, like this, like I'm not willing to fight this Tenpai, so like the point of like holding 6-8 pin is kind of moot.
I probably toss 8 at this point.
Or I think just play the 6-pin first because it's
Or
going
the
to.
yeah, sorry, the
Yeah.
6 goes first because
Yeah.
it's no
But if you get
reason to.
Tenpai, I'm probably willing to push the 8-pin. The 6-1 just feels like, especially because like we don't see any of the Dora. There's so much stuff. Like, granted, you can't deal into a 6-9 weight, but like
Mm-hmm.
middle, like Manzu is just like disgustingly live.
Yeah.
缶
Oh God, what is that?
The door from hand, an insane play.
All right, this is just 6-pin back.
6-pin, yep.
Yeah.
You think double
You could
six
like
man don't want to risk the eight even with partial
No,
Kave?
I don't.
no,
I'm not gonna
not
throw.
not Shompai this late because like it's a little bit weird to me that like the 8-pin is still live. It's
Mm-hmm.
like relatively suspicious because you now know that like all you see all of the 6-pin. So that means like if the 8-pin hasn't come out, that means someone's using it.
Mm-hmm.
And like you don't even really like actually you make your weight worse as well by playing 6-pin because there's 4 7-pin that you can get, whereas there's only 2
Mm-hmm.
4-pin.
That makes sense.
Ends up being the Kanchan or the Penchon. Yeah, which like if you've seen like it's early. I feel like personally I would not have made that Ricci if I'm Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Because he had a 1-tile upgrade to Sanshoku, and it's just like bad weight Nomi. This is a
I,
nice looking hand.
yeah. Ultimately, on the last hand, I don't know if I would have fought for my Tenpai there, but I don't think it's like wrong to do so.
I don't think we need to greed this hard.
What an insane
Uh,
discard I made with the 3P.
yeah, that seems a little bit much for me. What I want to do with this is like, yeah. So I think
Oh.
like it's not that bad because of where we end up, but
Mm.
it's like we just play one mon right now,
Yeah,
and
Play nice and
then
safe, not greed the Chanta for an open route.
yeah, because you're not. It's like it's really hard to get Chanta anyway because of that
Mm-hmm.
8 Onko.
Yeah.
So there's not really like much of a Chanta route. So you throw the 1-mon here and aim for the 789 Sanchoku like we're trying to do. But by holding the 3-pin, you can draw a 7 so, and then like all of a sudden you can get like Sanchoku Ipeko.
Okay. And then of course, never punished as it goes.
Yeah,
Boom.
yeah. All right, so these gets palmed. 8-pin comes out once. Always like a good idea to just keep track of your tiles in general.
Mm-hmm.
In this particular case. In this case, I would just throw the 3 back. Because like the whole point of holding that 1-mon is that you can get Chanta slash Jinchan. If you draw 1-mon here, then you can just play 8-so.
Mm-hmm.
uh, the 3-so isn't really doing.
Yeah, it doesn't do a whole lot, and the 6-pin adds like you're a little bit sad if you end up like getting 5-pin to Tenpai, but it's like Tenpai's Tenpai.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Um, the bigger thing to me is as well like the 6-pin's safe to the open dealer.
Mm-hmm. That does make sense. Keep it in your hand.
Because
If you need to fold it out later, you have the option available to you.
yeah.
yeah,
I like
because
3-so here.
like I'm probably not gonna take the Ryamen.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'd rather greed the Sanchoku as well. But it's like, having the option is nice, especially if you get in what you feel like is a Tenpai fight. You're gonna want the better weight rather than the one extra Han.
Now you're
At this point,
immediately
like I think,
sad. Probably throwing the two
yeah,
back, just playing full efficiency, right?
yeah, 2-mon 3-so is like fairly like negligible at this point. I think I kind of just want to chi this at this point.
地
You don't see the Dora. The dealer is open, and like
Yeah, makes. I mean, you've set yourself up for that chi, so more or less.
yeah, there's no need to force like an open. Because then all of a sudden, and this is not a backfire because you wouldn't have drawn this tile.
Yeah.
Yeet. This is actually fully dead. Yeah. I think at this point, like, you can, like, try to keep an eye on whether or not, like, the dealer changed their hand.
Mm-hmm.
I think the dealer had changed their hand since the last 3-1 came out, but we're kind of just pot committed at this point. I think we just kind of have to go. Like, if you're willing to push the 3-1, you should be willing to push the 6-1 here.
Think so.
Yeah.
Even after the 3-1 discard and then the Sumagiri 4.
Yeah. South just came out, so we can just jam that.
リーチ
7-mon, yeah. I wonder how often we're supposed to try. Seems silly.
You agree with the fold out there? Just
Oh,
abandon
yeah,
hand,
yeah,
too
yeah.
much
Yeah,
value
yeah.
against
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Just there's not really
You're-
much to fight with here.
Yeah, you can't win this hand at this point. And it's being Tenpai is almost impossible.
One so, right?
9 so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you're not giving the dealer anything.
That makes sense.
The player in Rishi is not the only person that you're really folding to here, even if Brian turns out to be no 10 after cutting that East.
Okay.
I guess the East 2. So, like, right off the bat, with 2600 in the middle, like, this hand is probably going to be, like, the points in the middle are probably worth more than, like, anything you can grieve this hand to be. So, this is just, like, full
Fastest
YOLO.
hand out.
Call everything Tanyao.
Well, the
So
draws are agreeing.
definitely
Yeah.
1P, right?
Yeah, 1 pin. You can make an argument for a 9 pin a little bit, just because, like, oh, Medora, but
Mhm.
I'd rather just, like, adding a
Full
Dora is, like,
efficiency.
worth. Yeah, 1 Dora is worth less than, like, the value in the middle. Stick farming is good. If this is like, if you're in a desperate situation, this is like a hand you can force towards Chinitsu, but there's no room need to. All right, Tuso, like dealer, like the Rishi makes
Yeah.
it easy.
Nice and easy. Another south. Gift from above.
Now you cry.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm
probably
willing to
the
play.
8, right?
Yeah, I'm willing to play 8-so here.
Yeah, makes sense.
And so makes the most sense. East is just, yeah, it's one cut. Who
Eat.
cares? All right, second Ricci. Now it's like, okay, we think a little bit. All right. Go back to the 7 Manchi. I want to like think about this contextually for a second.
Eat.
Okay, so I think we can Chi this just in general. Most of the time, I want to say 5-so is probably safe.
That's
I
fair.
think
8 wasn't taken for the quick hand. It's. Or wait, no, 8 so wasn't. Or it would have been played right before the reach, actually. So it's not technically safe, but with the 2 as well.
yeah, but we just pushed an 8-so.
Yeah.
We just
Oh,
pushed
yeah,
an
that's a
8-so.
good point.
Yeah,
Yeah, so the 5
yeah,
Staka, that makes sense. And then figure out what to do with the 4 later.
yeah. Because I don't really like the 7-so to me is just like, if you're gonna cut like anything here. I think 5-so is the safest style in hand, but it's not particularly easy to see that just
Hmm.
because we see 3 of the 3-so.
Yeah.
So like the 2 5-so weight is quite difficult, and you know it's not 5-8 5-8-so because 8-so is past both reaches.
Yeah.
But if we're gonna push like if we're gonna cut like not 5-so, then being as like the general principle I think would be as safe as possible to the dealer Ipatsu, which would be play 6-so Nakasuji.
Okay.
Because it really shouldn't deal into Nick that often either, just because of the sheer amount of tiles near it that you're using.
The 7 feels risky.
Hmm.
I mean, everything is risky in this hand, but the 7-so definitely has like I think less things
A little bit
contributing
more
it to
weight
it being
to it.
potentially safe.
Yeah.
But you do get 3 turns out of it, so it's like,
Tsumo.
it's a trade off. We see the Sumo. Rishi pin for Sumo, 4-7 pin. What was Henry waiting on? Just curious.
Let's see. How do I do that? This.
Hand.
I'm the
well.
smartest player ever. I'm so good.
Alright. I would have got. I for sure could have got. All
I
right,
did
that's
look
fair.
at that. Damn, I'm so good. I'm so nice with it.
That's
That's so
so
funny.
that's so absurd.
My weight, my defense intuition is unmatched.
Pom.
All right.
Okay, so I know what you're gonna say. I know what you're
I think
gonna
it's
say.
fine. I think it's fine.
Okay. I was
Pom.
about to say I'm a religious Cheatoy hater, so and with this I'm like I could probably get 9, you could probably get West, and then you just need to solve 6, 7, and then you're fine.
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah, I
You
think
can transfer into like a Honitsu too if you really need to. Although you
this is
already have
fine.
Yakuhai.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I like 4-6
Pom.
cut here. Keep Dora alive for yourself. Because honestly, like even if you fill a 5, you're not that happy.
Yeah.
Pom.
Everybody's opening up.
But now it's like, all right, let's cut 7 pin before it becomes a problem.
Pom.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I think on the first, I don't know why, I think on the first it seems like a clear cut and go. I guess just because
Oh
maybe
yeah,
like we're getting
I
close to
missaid
the
it even.
Honitsu.
Yeah, I missed that
Oh,
it even happened.
do you think normally in this case where there's like 3 7s out, even though there's a lot of Yakuhais hitting the table with 3 7s, do you think passing the first 9 is okay? Almost like it's a Yakuhai, and then once second comes up, you can take it since you want it.
I mean, there's not really much point in passing it, right? Because like you're just gonna try to get we're just trying to race the tempi.
ポン
Like being like taking longer to get to tempi is gonna make our win rate lower than like having a bad way to the end.
Okay.
チ
Yeah, so like we play you gotta get rid of the 7-pin over the 4-mon because it's like just gonna cause problems later with this Dora, Jason's, and Brian probably being Honitsu. I'm willing to push 4-pin. I don't really care. If he's got me, he's got me.
Yeah,
think if
I
you're
don't want to wait on that 4-pin.
I mean, like if you're not like I think the point of it is like you're not willing to play it until you get tempi.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like I think like if you got like on turn 6 one overflow, like you got it happens.
It's fair.
It's like because like you're probably gonna push if you get tempi, I imagine. It's like
Yeah.
and
Gee.
I do think you push it. And it's just like more than likely you're just giving him more time.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now it's like, well, fuck. Well, 9-pin becomes safe. I actually
give
like
him
9-pin
both.
for like a. I actually like 9-pin here for a twofold reason. I really like when someone reaches, especially if I feel like I can't really push my hand very well. If I can get someone else to like call and fight, it just like makes the probability of me losing points to Sumo significantly less.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 9-pin again. 7-mon comes out, so like we can get tempai, which is nice. Oh, tempai. Furry tempa, tempai.
Seems
So
practically everybody, and if it deals into this, then it's no points. So who cares?
yeah, it's like it
Or
could deal
most
into the
likely.
dealer, but like it should be. It's like definitely.
ロン
Safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
That's nothing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, not
Let
nothing,
me.
but it's not too bad.
Yeah. Can you go back? I want to see. Okay, so Brian at some point. When did Brian end up on 9-month Honky? I'm just kind of like trying to play back like mentally how we ended up there.
Yeah,
Let's
can we?
see. What I'm assuming is okay. Throws the 1 from hand.
Okay, so he
Doesn't
drew the
like pushing
6.
the 6.
Yeah, drew the 6-0, doesn't like it. The 1-pin was a hell weight Tonki, which like makes sense. Plays the 6-0 because it's like overall not as terrible, and then like creates his own
Then
like
creates thinks the 3
yeah,
is
I think
safe. So
yeah,
yeah.
6-0 deals in less often than 3-0 here, I think, just due to the
I
overall
I
presence.
don't really think you can predict that particular dance.
Yeah.
Oh no, not at all. I'm just like curious to see how it happened. Naimon dealing is very,
Yeah.
very reasonable. Yeah.
Oh boy, dealer high pie. Well, dealer high pie's right here.
Yeah. I mean it's like it's not terrible. It's like it's certainly not good, but there's like, completed shape, penchant, like Dora slots into the hand. You have Yakuhai to speed it up sometimes.
ポン
I couldn't remember if I did super standard play.
Uh,
Whoa.
well, not
Whoa.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's one of those. Well, I'm behind. This hand's at least 4 away. There's a pawn on the table, so someone's going quick. If I'm gonna set up for the Chanta, might as well start it now because that's probably the quickest way with calls to help. And
So
then,
Yeah.
is the idea of keeping tone as a safe tile then?
I mean, listen, that's 2K right there, minimum. That's
Well,
W's.
it's already been pulled.
Oh,
It's
well, yeah,
dead.
then safe
Yeah.
tile probably.
Yeah, the thing is, I
Keep
don't
it
think
for
we
later.
really need to like hoard a safe tile here because we have West pair. Like
Okay.
West pair is going to be fairly safe, in most cases. But I think like we're being a bit preemptive committing to a Chanta
Mm-hmm.
because it's not real. Like, I mean, if it happens, great, but there's no need to force it so far, especially with the Dora not being usable by Chanta. Like, we
Mm-hmm.
can just play normal hand.
Okay. I think the other thing I was thinking about is if I cut these unsafe tiles now and then just have all of this later on, I can just play these. If I get in the tempi, I get in the tempi. Otherwise, this hand's pretty bad and I'm not going to win anyway, so at
I
least I'm folding out safer later, most likely.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm more willing to play the hand that way if I'm not dealer.
Yeah.
Yeah, your deal in Akanashi is just like so integral to racking up points. And
Mm.
now like we're immediately sad. I mean, we have an out towards 789 Sanchoku, but we're still sad. Yeah, it's like, all right, it's a fairly normal draw. Yeah, it shouldn't make sense.
Yeah, check to make sure it's not Honitsu on the left, or at least just try to get one
Yeah.
out on him quick.
Probably want to place. No, yeah. Playing 4-pin makes sense. Okay.
T.
Hedge toward like you don't want to believe in the Sancho with the 7-mon, I think. Because
Hmm.
like you can still use the 6-pin door, the current
Yeah.
shapes. This is where I agree the 7 so specifically to tell each other they would have drawn it even if they didn't cheat.
Oh, that's funny. So then probably 7-mon cut, right? Just play
Yeah,
standard,
I think
get
we
really
have
close to
to.
Tenpai, can reach you on West 9, which is pretty decent Shabo.
Yeah, we
Yeah, I
want to get
think
rid of the 7-mon preemptively because it's going to probably cause problems.
Hmm.
I think Forso's a good enough tile here that I don't actually hate playing like 9-pin.
Hmm.
Because honestly, like 7-pin penchant is not the worst weight in the world for a Richinomi, but if you draw like if you happen to draw like 2 through 6 though, like you're pretty happy.
yeah, I think the autopilot move is to chuck this back, but
Hmm.
um
You think you're fine playing off that shape, and then you can drop something that's a little bit safer later, get the 2-3 out of the hand, or just drop 8-9 after that, since there's already a 7 on board too.
Yeah, and especially with like 6-pin being cut very early by Kamicha, I'm not particularly worried about 8-pin dealing in. It could deal into some like Chanta Sanchoku thing, but
Hmm.
it seems unlikely.
so do you want to get rid of 8 or 9? You said 9
I
first.
want to play 9-pin because I still want to dream of Pinfu.
Mm.
Like I'm willing to sacrifice 3,000 Vukaira just to have.
And pretty easy one cut. That should be probably safe
Dong.
against the left. And
8-pin deals
then,
into random ass Dama.
yeah,
Interesting.
crazy ass
Oh,
Itsudama.
okay. Itsu, okay.
Very fair cut. And
This hand
then,
I just see Honitsu. I see blood.
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Pom.
Me Honitsu, me Burr. Yeah.
Makes
Me
Pom.
Palm.
sense.
I
Take
think
your
we
easy, quick calls.
all right. I think before
I,
you get the Hatsu, I think I'd even be willing to pull the 4-pin. That might be bad, but I kind of would.
I mean, I think it's good
Pom.
enough to like push it. You can back up on Toy Toy if you start running into like a ton of problems.
so
Although I
for
am
this
Otozuka hater #1.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry. What's up, Michael?
um it's too early to really matter, but I mean I just think I would have just gotten rid of the 4 first.
Yeah.
to
And
work.
I think generally, so actually, if we want to scroll back a little bit,
Hmm.
if you're going like when you do something like it isn't particularly relevant to this hand.
Hmm.
So once you show 1-pin pawn, you kind of
Pom.
want to like play it off like, oh, it could be Chanta or something like, and also
Hmm.
just get rid of like the most dangerous tiles that you have first. But if you're cutting like if you had gotten the Hatsu pawn first, then I think you should play 8-so here
Hmm.
because then you hide the suit that the Honitsu's
You
in
don't
for as
know
long as
exactly.
possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in this case, like once they know what suit it is, just cut your most dangerous tiles as fast.
Pom.
It's like it's not like turn 3 Ricci doesn't happen, it just doesn't happen often.
Hmm.
Alright, now we just sit here and we're Tenpai and we're Tenpai. And we
Sumo.
Sumo. I'm probably not willing to am I willing to pull 8-pin?
I mean,
Yeah, probably.
I think it's good enough. You get a you get 4-7 out of that, and then you can also upgrade to a Toy Toy, and I mean that's
Yeah,
an extra 2 Han, right? So that's pretty good.
I I
Yeah.
think from this position I pawn.
Yeah, the only thing pawning 8-pin really does, like, that you lose is that, like,
Sumo.
if depending on when it happens, they probably don't put you on being Tenpai yet.
Yeah,
And the 3-pin literally just passed. It's like
exactly.
your win
Oh,
rate probably goes
yeah.
a little bit lower for no value, but I do think it's very just fine.
Hmm. High pieable, high pies right here.
It's what 6 start, not bad.
And then we're doing some standard play. We've done enough shenanigans before.
Yeah, nice draw.
Yeah, this 9-pin is kind of sitting there being useless. I'd rather just have cut it and kept like one of the 1-cut Yakuhai.
Hmm.
Pairing those tiles is going to be more
Each.
useful than drawing an 8-pin.
Okay.
That is a very brave 8-pin, but it's also not necessarily something you can
Yeah.
do anything about on turn 5/turn 6. Honestly, we've kind of made our way to a decent shape here. I think West is definitely a tile I'm willing to push into this Ricci. I believe
Yeah.
1 pin is probably safer on average than West.
Yeah,
Just
that
because
probably makes
like
sense. Even on the once cut on the board.
oh no, never mind. I thought I didn't see the just play the West then.
Okay.
Yeah, West is fine. But 1 pin I'd like definitely very willing to push with the 2 pin being cut before the Ricci.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Means-
yeah. I mean, if you get Sotagawa trapped, then
yeah.
Eat.
In this
good
case,
job.
though, I believe we're probably supposed to play the 1-mon
Mhm.
first, just
Just
because
in case.
it was created as Genbutsu already for us. Just the drop before. This is fairly
And
reasonable.
then
Ishan 10.
huge gift right there. Get to throw 7. Or to keep
Yeah.
it in my hand.
Yeah, I think there's actually a world where we can justify playing 2 pin, just because like our shot
Tsumo.
think it's so much worse if
Mhm.
we by playing 7-mon. But like it's really hard to ever like cut 7-8 so I think at this point. Well,
Well, you
before the
before you would have to. I mean, I have an option here to cut 7 and then reach on just 3 pin, but it's not like guaranteed safe to anybody. And 7 looks. I mean, maybe
yeah
not
it just
much of the second, but especially the first, and it's around Dora, so I feel like it's a rough cut.
It's not a fighting hand.
yeah it's
Yeah,
not a
that
great
too.
Suji. I'm more like looking at like with the 7-mon. I think there's like a world where we can justify playing 2 pin.
Mhm.
But I don't think it's particularly necessary. I think you can just be
Yeah.
100% safe. If you needed like points here, I think you can justify fighting and playing
Yeah,
2
Tsumo.
I
pin instead
think
of 7-mon.
from this point situation, I'm not gonna.
Oh,
Oh,
hello,
oh
Euro
boy.
3.
Yeah,
I
we got
was
the
I
villain
saw I
Henry
did
at
see
the
the
other
final
end of the
score.
table.
I did see the final score for this
Just
log
wait.
accidentally.
This is a crazy. This
Yeah.
is a crazy log
Yeah,
to
it's like
not
I
spoil
did see
too
the final
much.
score for this log when you showed. It's like, huh, when are we gonna get to like how this game
Boom.
ends? Because like I saw the
Yeah,
points. This is over. This is too much to me.
I think it's overzealous.
Yeah, this is so far.
You
No,
can,
as a
you
Honitsu
got.
push, I don't.
I mean,
I
it's
don't.
Honey too. You also have a Sanshoku play, kind of, because you can commit to double 7s, and then if you draw down
I'm
to 8, you're there. It's
Yeah,
very aggressive,
I'm
though.
just letting this hand turn
Boom.
into a normal
yeah.
Pinfu hand.
My thing with this hand is that like you can like I don't actually hate like greeting like Sanshoku slash Honitsu here. I just don't think we need to open on the first East.
Okay.
Just like let the hand form naturally because like the hand sucks.
Yeah.
Like you can't really do anything about that.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but like we can try to like bluff said Honitsu a little bit more later. But like when
Mm-hmm.
you open on the East and the door is not in the suit that you're going for, then you're kind
You,
of sitting
you're
there as like, well, you're the most value you have is like 3,900.
you're
Mm-hmm.
fighting a long fight for like Bakahon,
Yeah,
likely.
it's gonna be 2K
Boom.
at best, which just seems a little bit
Boom.
a little bit
I
overly unnecessary. Now
I
we dream of Sandoko.
personally am not taking Bakahon from 5 suited tiles, but that's
地
Is this minor thing? We should play north instead of west there, just because.
No, yeah,
Like,
keep the Yakuai open, gives you the free out.
ポン
yeah, I would pull this at this point. Like once we're committed, we're committed. We just go. We go for meme Sandoko, or we go for Honitsu.
地
Oh, I see. Okay, so we're just full sending it. I think at that point, like you can probably just throw the Haku back.
Yeah, I think I'm a
Because
little
I
bit
don't.
worried about to the left of me, because no Haku out too, but I probably should just.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, that Haku is, like, we're sitting here, like, now that once you've opened twice, you kind of have to be, like, at least somewhat trying to win the hand. Because
Mhm.
otherwise, you now have to defend for, like, 12 turns with, like, half the
Yeah.
tiles everyone else has.
地
You're just going to run out of tiles eventually. So holding a tile because you think it's unsafe on, like, turn 6 is just, like, long term, you're just going to end up screwing you anyway.
Okay.
Because now all of a sudden we have, like, very few prospects of winning this hand, and we're kind of sitting there as, like, well, what can I discard?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then just kind of a lot of safe tiles out.
that looks spooky.
Yeah, 2-mon comes out once the other 2-mon comes. Okay, it's fine. I want to avoid. Well, actually, now that the door is pretty much cleared, it's like it's
Yeah,
not
this
particularly worrisome to Kamicha. 6-0, it's
This
like
is a
half
little
Suji.
dangerous.
Yeah,
that's
I
probably
think
what I
It's
would have
not
thrown.
great.
no, I think I think at this point, like, we have to just hard commit to folding. You just play Forso.
Double
It's
force. Oh
Nakasuji.
yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
that's fair.
Yeah.
That's reasonable. I think the 4 is a better play.
No
Yeah,
point trying to get
it's
agency in the hand this late in it.
yeah.
Just give up on
Sa-
it.
Safe to Nick, Nakasuji to Henry.
Boom.
Brian's tempo good for him.
Kan.
Ah, I see. I see. Here we are. Well, now all of a sudden we might actually get tempo, which is like kind of fucked. Has anything actually changed since the last time? Yeah. Two-pin seems brave in tournament.
Yeah, I
like,
mean, it definitely should have just been 4. I think I missed it across the table or
yeah.
got
Wait,
worried
hold
on
up.
like
Did
Sancho or
did he
something.
just
But
not? Let me see something real fast. Can you go to like can you play two-pin and then flip hands?
what's going on?
Well, two-pin deals in, and I'm trying to figure out. Oh, it's furry on the four-pin
For
sheet. Okay, I see. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There we
Yeah.
go.
It's furry on the four-pin sheet. It's like, wait a
I'm
second.
so smart.
What if dealt into Haku Sancho Kudora?
Oh, see, I knew.
Would
I
have been a
remembered the
nice
4.
would have been a very nice 5,800 points. All right, at this
So
point,
we've
like,
learned our mistakes from last time, and we're doing a lot of standard play now.
yeah, normal seems quite solid with this hand. It's like, it's not like terrible, and Hatsu's just an unfortunate backfire. Especially now that this Naito's been con, though, you just play 8 so ace up. What a draw.
Yeah, right.
Honestly,
I
yeah,
love
8
those.
8 so instead of 9 pin's fine. That 7-month sheet, or palm kind of sucks for you, but this is still just a 9 pin.
Yeah.
Normal, normal, normal. Please give tempai. At this point, I think Sun Mention's probably a bait.
Think 3
Uh,
ESO maybe?
just play 6-mon.
Think
It's
6 mon
like,
out of everything?
yeah, because so you see the 7-mon's been palmed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's quite difficult for you to actually get Rionmen on the 7-mon. And then if you
Mhm.
draw a 5-mon, like you have 147 weight, but like look at the 147.
Yeah, the 147 already looks pretty bad.
Like you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the 12 tiles
Yeah, that's a
on
good
turn
point.
6. And then at this point, like the 8 pin kind of sucks for you.
Okay.
The
Same
the 8
reasoning,
pin's
147, kind of bad.
yeah, or it's like 8 pins. Like if you the only good draw you have on 8 pin is 7 pin, and
7
that's furry
pin, and
10.
then you end up furry 10. It's fair. Just
Yeah.
throw it right back. Don't care about it.
Yeah. At this point, it's
I feel
like
like
kind of
6
iffy.
mon.
I mean, 2-mon should be like fine-ish. I think at this point I'd probably still play 8 pin.
It's fair.
But 8 pin also is like kind of like sus. He would be tempai with a 1-so, but it'd be like Ipeko. But honestly, like on this board with this table, I'd probably just jam it anyway, even though it's 2 tiles.
Boom.
Yeah.
Ipeko plus 2. That's true. We can also just fold, but folding's boring.
Yeah. Now here, maybe it gets hard
Now,
enough to full throw the 8, maybe? I'm a little worried. Nope, just gonna push a 6. Who cares?
mm,
Literally,
yeah.
who cares?
Might have been good to have that come out.
Yeah, I think if we're willing to push the 6-mon, then it should have just come out previously. Because
Yeah.
honestly, I'm not particularly worried about Toyman until they actually show me a Yaku, just from the way Henry's been playing.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
Dong.
Oh, forgot that happened.
Dong.
Looks like 16 deals in. Okay. Oh, wait, okay, yeah, double non-Dora.
Yeah, no
Dora
problem.
too. Makes sense.
Okay, now
Oh
we
yeah, but
start
like
getting
the East hadn't been pwned yet at that point, right?
No,
Like, or at various
it
points
was
when we
right
could
at
have
the end.
played
Yeah.
6-mon. Yeah.
So then we cut
Boom.
9 there, pretty standard. I take the world's worst to open up. Actually, yeah, that's not too bad. I think I want to try to chase down, put some pressure on the board. I can always fold out Tanya, drop the double south here if I need to.
Yeah, I think the hands
Call
like
the
I think
outplay.
like with the 8-mon in hand, like the hand still looks like really damn good.
Mm-hmm.
I think pawning this is like really like a playstyle thing. You can shift this to Honitsu Mangan, which would probably be like my overall thought if I'm pawning it.
Mm-hmm.
I think I don't. I
Yeah,
mean,
I think either is fine. I think aggressive callers will pawn this and like close players won't.
I want to wait for the non.
Boom.
I don't think you have to necessarily
Gee.
wait for the non, but I think
I mean,
this is just it's
I
just a
think you can
playstyle thing.
go Arazuke. You can drop double south for Tanya if you really need to later, and it's safe to the dealer. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world.
I think if you're gonna go Tanya, you might as well just go Honitsu
But that too, yeah.
and just aim for the Mangan. So at this point, yeah, okay, just accept.
3. Got some options.
Now we just like kind of click. If we get the south pawn, great, and if we don't, wait, did we have? We didn't decline the south pawn, right? We just drew it on turn 1.
Yeah, we drew
Yeah.
it on turn 1. So
Okay,
one's
makes
cut
sense.
right now.
Yeah,
And
I think it.
then once we get 9, because there's one's cut, we're like, oh, I can keep Dora if it's drawn. All that stuff. I feel like that's, even though you're cutting a whole shape, it's not the worst.
I
I'm trying to
I
convince
don't
myself
have the
this is
faith for
okay.
this.
You think it's too greedy?
I'm trying to convince myself this is okay, and I can't do it.
That's fair. I mean, listen, you gotta cut it. Listen, they say Chitoi is the shortcut to Hanemon. It's actually cutting an entire meld to go Honitsu. That's what they leave out of that saying. They won't tell you that. It's the one chance 8. Why would I ever wait on that? It's so bad.
Well,
Oh,
oh,
yeah, I forgot that
you do it,
happened.
Sama. Interesting.
Sama Pinfu. Henry moving the game forward.
It's very like refined to play. Very, very sensical. I think yeah, Cora brings up a good point. We could have actually committed to the Tanya at that point as well.
Yeah, that's very fair.
Yeah, the difference between 1K and 2K there is fairly negligible. Then we look at this and just like, all right, well,
Oh my god, keeping second with this hand.
all
it
need
seems.
to.
Yeah, that too.
Okay, now it's like, oh, normal hand.
Yeah. Oh, this
We're gonna
this is so
back
ugly.
out. It's so bad. The high pie of all high pies. Just wait.
Boom.
Don't let them know how this hand ends because they don't want to see it. They ain't ready for it. So we're probably dropping east here. Nope, we're just gonna
Boom.
check south. Works out when it done nothing in the hand anyway. A lot of standard play going on, and then I think here probably 3-mon, right? Or maybe 6-mon because it's a little bit easier to get the Sanshoku with the
What
3-mon.
are all of our shapes here?
Probably
I
3, 4,
think
5, 7, 8, 9. I have an E2 opened, and I can play the 7, 8 raw, drop the Kanchan if I need to, or I can just play it, drop the 1 off later.
Yeah, 3 mon seems fine to me. You
yeah,
have 5 blocks
it's
already.
fine.
You have 5 blocks already, so we can just like
Gee.
use their floating tiles to greed for things. Even if the 3 mon is like slight. I'm not.
This is a very assertive E2 open E2 push.
Yeah. I mean, it's
If
the
you're gonna
third
do it, it has to be now.
Yeah, it's the third 6, so I think there's a thought of committing. The thing is too, I feel like I need a lot of speed here, and because there's 2 Yakuai open, I really need to start challenging.
Yeah, I don't actually think this is bad because honestly, like the worst thing that happens here is we like deal into something.
Yeah.
But just like judging from what Brian's doing and just the overall like way like the incentives, I don't think we're ever dealing in particularly expensively here unless someone's just quite
Yeah,
lucky
we're pretty
with
much
Dora.
always ending third, or we're just winning the hand and getting another, right?
Yeah, so this seems fine because like Nick just needs to win as fast as possible. He would very much like to stay above 30K. Brian seems to either be going Kokoshi or having a terrible hand, and the Kokoshi seems almost impossible given
Yeah.
on multiple Yakuhai pawns, and it's now officially dead.
T.
1 pin, yeah, and then like Henry can just do whatever the fuck he wants. Now this is where I was like, maybe we can save some points by not dealing in, but we can also just fight. Like fighting is fine.
Kang.
Yeah, like once you're Tenpai, just like we just fight. Do we get more
Tsumo.
Dora? No, someone else does.
That's okay,
we
though.
just
We
Tsumo.
get the sumo.
Yeah, cool.
I guess my I guess it worked out for you. So
Yeah,
Boom.
I think
My-
I think if it's not like the third 6-0, we can just chill and greed.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that it's like the third tile is like really rough.
yeah, that
Yeah.
if that's the way you're taking the hand, that you have to.
That's
can
make
see
or
it.
break point. So very ambitious open up yet again.
Boom.
Sorry, let me look at it real fast. I got distracted. I can see it.
Boom. Kang.
One of those things is just like I think you feel a lot of pressure as the South 4 dealer. And it's like
gotta
necessarily
speed up,
bad.
try to get above.
Yeah, you just want to be Tanya. You see, like you have Dora. You have like enough tiles that are like good for Tanya that it seems fine.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like you can always just pair the Dora to dream of value or just win another hand.
And then here, efficiency-wise, is it 5? Or maybe do we do... Because I don't want to cut the Dora particularly, right?
Yeah, we're definitely not cutting Dora.
The 7-mon maybe.
Yeah, it's probably 7-mon. Yeah, it's probably 7-mon.
Oh, because then you get the option upon the 5 too. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I'm smarter now than smarter when I was playing than I am now.
Chi.
Yeah, because you want to dream of like pairing the Dora, but you also want to keep like you want to keep that around specifically. And now no, you should hold on or go back a bit. We want
I
to
think
hold
you
on.
keep
Like
it.
it's out of Zuke, so we definitely want to keep it because otherwise we don't have enough points.
Mm-hmm.
So now we just decide like which shape seems better of
Chi.
4-4-5 or 4-5-5. I think personally I think like it doesn't really make a whole lot of difference at this
They look
point.
about equally live or not
Yeah,
live.
I think we're a bit more likely to be fed the Pinzu from our Kamicha, so I would play Formon here.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's fairly like negligible in the grand scheme of things. Like, but either way, we should be playing Formon or 5-pin. Like once like we've set ourselves up in this boat, we kind of just have to commit to our Atazuke. And then if we draw one, so then we can start thinking about like
Chi.
how to fix it.
Okay.
I do like this G though. Like we have to just
Oh
get
yeah,
Yeah, the
get
absolutely.
the
T
Get the
door
makes
in our
Dora
a lot
hand.
of
cemented.
sense.
And then also, I think it's important to note there that Nick is throwing 3, which I just came out, so maybe now Nick's backed off a little bit. So I have maybe a little bit more time to play around.
Yeah. We just push Duso here.
Oh
Like
yeah.
it's not a
Boom.
Formon. I want to keep the Formon
10
around just in case.
Joker. So now
So
easy 2p throw. Have options
uh
to pawn. Well, I have options to pawn either, and then I'm left with a ramen afterwards. So
yeah.
Yeah, I
Come.
guess
Alright, we're
that's
fine.
the best play.
Yep, that
Wow.
makes sense.
Ich.
And now we meme con
and Nick
again.
was not playing safe. Gift from above. We take those.
Alright, we'll take God draw, we'll take it. We don't get any door out of this.
I mean, again, I feel like it's third or nothing. Although with 3 euro, we're real scared.
Yeah, because if we deal into a Hanuman here, we do lose the game.
Yeah.
5 mon is brave.
I
My
mean, is it
issue
any
is like if
braver than 5 so or any of this other stuff?
so I think like my issue is if we're going to push this, we might as well just push it with the most efficiency. And pretty much any tempai we get in Sozu is going to be furry 10, so we might as well just push 5 so if
Okay.
that is the route you want to take it. Keep in mind also this is like a fairly long lead or fairly long league, and you are in a fairly nice point situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like probably like regardless of how this game ended up. So I think
No.
like you can overall just decide to play safer with this hand and just kind of
Accept the
like
position
say
I'm in.
like yeah, it's like okay, like you end up oh no, you get a what would it even
Boom.
be like -10?
Yeah.
It's not that bad.
So I do
Okay.
this. 5's already
If
passed,
you're
so we're
gonna do
doing
this,
that.
this is fine, right? Yeah, it's just like it's 5 pin safe, and you have a safe tile to fall
And then
back on with
3
5 on.
is most likely safe. It's like only Shabo, which is not on board, but who cares?
Kang.
Let's
Oh my god.
oh my fucking god. Anyway, three pin technically does 3-pin does deal into one chance. Also,
Yeah.
we got 0 door out of this, by the way.
Yeah, but hey, that's okay because we run it again. And look at that extra like 3k or no, I got like a window. It's okay. Anyway, though, here's
That's so goofy.
this was a
pause it.
filled South 4. There's so much more to see, but yeah, a lot of
Boom.
solid or a lot of just standard play. Ton of shapes
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I get you.
Probably. This is a weird position. You think you cut Tuso, or you think you instantly commit to killing off one of your paired ramen chips?
1 sec.
Could be Cheetoy too. I almost kind of like
Sorry.
2S, so you
Sorry,
have multiple options.
I have been distracted by things outside of your control.
You're good. You're good. What about you, Michael? I feel like I kind of like Tuso here.
This to yeah, I think that's probably what I would do.
Because you do have that is the 5th pair in hand, so you are Ishanten for Cheetoy. So I think it's at the point it's close enough, and you can like back up
Yeah,
from it if you need to.
you're hatching Cheetoy and a normal hand. I think that's a pretty strong play.
Okay. And then just kind of throw
Boom.
it
Tuck
back.
that
Who
back.
cares? And then we don't play Cheetoy in this house.
Boom.
I don't.
Yeah,
By the way,
definitely
our
probably incorrect.
just as a note, our game has started.
Yeah.
Our spectating is in 2 minutes.
Oh,
We
okay.
can, like-
We gotta go quick.
Yeah, so,
We got
so
2 more hands.
we can rush through the rest of this. This is definitely just Cheetoy, by the way.
Boom. Boom.
Cheetoy.
I'm just
I
now like
don't.
seeing the
Yeah,
hand.
I don't like the toy. Not with this many
Aggressive
symbols.
Yeah.
Alright, if you're gonna pawn that, then you con that.
폼,
Think so. Don't wait till later.
폼,
I
Because
do
now
immediately
you just
get
Because
don't
now
go
you
through.
can't. Yeah. Well, I did not expect you to be able to call those.
Everyone's been
tiles
pushing
there.
stuff on the board. Brian's been
Yeah,
pushing
Brian's
things.
put, yeah.
Henry's
Sumo.
been pushing some things, but yeah, we get a quick
Oh
sumo.
well. Okay.
So here's
All right.
the very exciting last hand. I will
Oh
spoil
yeah.
that.
Okay. Let's.
So
폼,
we're speeding through. Henry
Yeah,
opens with a West.
폼,
Quick Yaku high. Opens for the quick 3-so.
Boom.
We're feeling like terrible.
Oh. Okay.
And
So is
2-so.
this?
So almost Tempai already. We're going to cut one. It's probably the most efficient cut because we don't have a pair, so I don't like killing off double 2. I guess we could also kill off
One of the two
1-so.
ones, or one so or one mon.
폼,
So now another. And now the south. And we're like, well, now we're doing naughty stuff. We're like, what's going on here? Throw him one. I mean, it's probably not 1-so, right? With what was in the hand, it probably would have gotten cut earlier.
Probably.
So we'll fold that. If we die to Henry, we die to Henry. I mean, I guess I'm also just looking for what's already played on the board because odds are Henry's not waiting it.
Yeah,
and now
that
we
8
see,
mon, I guess.
Oh,
now
I
we
just,
see
like-
East come out.
I just reopened what we were doing here. What
So
the hell is going on?
East, yeah, so Henry calls a lot. I drop double 1-so on a target, and now I see East come from hand. And now something's weird, because East is a super good tile to wait on, right? It bricks everybody else's hand that it comes into, most likely. And even though it's, like, none cut, it's
I had
still
to guess.
really good.
So what?
If I had
what's
to
he
guess,
up
it's
to?
either 5-so or north.
So the 8.
강,
Oh yeah.
Wait, that was from hand.
강,
That's what I thought, too. So we were waiting on 3-so there. A little weird.
Wait, hold up. Show his hand right now, please. Like, go back to the,
Oh,
go
no,
back to
no,
where
no,
he
no,
cuts
no, no,
the
no,
east.
no. Okay, yeah.
We
Go
have
back
to.
to where he cuts the east.
So
Oh wait, no. Okay, wait. It's
Oh,
one
it's
mon?
it just
It must just
10
be
made it look
bugs.
like it was.
Okay.
10-0, yeah, that's what I figured. It was something weird.
It very much looked like that con came from his
Con.
hand.
No, yeah. I guess the animations just overlap
The
over
animation
each other.
makes it look like
When he
that.
draws, he's waiting on 1-mon. Safe to dealer makes sense. So here we're just kind of pushing our hand, playing as efficient as possible. We have the 2 to fold
At this
out.
point,
we're gonna
just like I've not really like been able to pay too much attention, by the way. But I think
Yeah.
in general, I'm very just okay with not just being no 10 at the end of his hand and just letting Henry do his thing and
That's
only cutting tiles that I know
whatever.
don't
As
don't
long
deal
as
in.
as long as I don't deal in too, I need to hope he doesn't sumo, so I need to fight a little bit, but I especially
I mean, so
need to be
what's
a
his
little bit
hand worth
worried.
right now?
It's a
It's
manga.
toy
He
toy.
flipped
It's a
it.
manga.
Actually,
yeah.
it's a Hanuman.
Oh, so you do get knocked
It's
under.
actually no. It's a Hanuman. it's
Is it Hanuman? Oh yeah, he
it's
flipped Dora, so it's really
Toy
bad.
Toy Wyaku High Dora 3. So if you deal into this, you drop back to third after all that work. But if he sumos, like, you still get second.
So what do you think we're playing here?
3-pin.
3-pin?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just folding. I'm just folding. Especially like this late. I'm
So
yeah, I'm
now
just
what's
folding.
the play here?
Like
Six.
6-0, 7, so
6
we're just folding.
Yeah.
I think 5. 5's probably unlikely. If you're gonna throw East
Five
and
pin
then
is 5-pin is a Shompai Dora.
I would
The
not
5-so
do
is
that
a
over
Shompai Dora.
6-7.
you think 6-7?
Or even the 9.
Well,
Or
here's the thing.
maybe
If you're gonna
the
have
9 could
East
be.
and then a 1-mon, and then you're gonna keep whatever this in, it's got to be something weird, right?
Yeah, like the 5-so Dora.
Nah. That's not the weird tile. And then you pass out the East, which is very dumb,
That's
but that's fair. But you'll
that's a
notice
little
something.
occult of you, Harrison.
You'll notice something on the board. There's the 2s completely blocked, and you gave up East
Oh,
and
yeah,
1-mon.
you never play
So
1-pin here. Absolutely
1-pin is really bad.
Yeah,
So
no,
then
that's bad.
I go, how do I get out of this hand? And then the brilliant idea comes.
not. I reach you 9-so, easy, yeah.
We
Like,
reach
once,
on the
once
9-so.
we've gotten to this point,
So
like there's
now,
no way you can play 1-pin.
now, if Henry draws something dangerous, maybe he wants to throw the 1-pin. Because I'm pretty sure Henry's got the 1-pin.
This is this
I
has
don't-
been an
I don't think
interesting-
Henry understands the word danger.
스모,
And then Henry sumos. But I did have the read, which is the important part. I'm the smartest player ever. He did have the 1-pin in hand that he decided to keep. Because it's so
anyway.
useless to anybody. But let's
Alright,
get to
anyway.
games now.
Yeah,
Stop
we
messing
need to
around.
do the commentate thing.
Hope that was a fun log for everybody to enjoy. Give us 1
Alrighty.
second while we're going back.
Unrelated, but or well, semi-related, but we will get into the B3 action as soon as we can get that game started.
Yep, we're putting it over right now, and then I will mute and let Michael and Max redo their thing. Although, there it goes. Okay, so putting us through right now, and I will get everything updated on the stream side for all the viewers.
Right. We are joining this game, and it looks like we had a Mangan Tsumo on East 1.
Yep. All right. Yeah. So we are joining this game in progress. It is going to be Galhan is the player on our right. Eric D is the player. We started perspective. Started as dealer. Makes things really easy. His name is Eric D. That is G Druid to our right. I believe that is Quinn. Yep. And then we've got Blake across the way. All right. Okay. So looking at the actual hands, Harrison, can you put down the everyone else's hand? Cool. Okay, sounds good. And if you highlight the weights when we can. Okay, so yeah, it looks like there was a Mongon Sumo that started things off from Quinn, right?
Home.
I'd have to double check for a little bit before we get the other names up. Now we see the Tumon Pon. Gauhan here is looking to try to get Tempai. Though the 7-pin is going to end up dealing in if he does get Tempai. Then again, I guess you can play, like, you can probably justify the Tusos like if you do end up getting on. Yeah, that's Tempai though. No, decisive fold. Or maybe not fold, but like trying to still Mawashi this. Okay. Anyway, so we've got Dama Tempai on our right as well. Tanya Odora too. Makes a lot of sense. Just Formon, Tupin, Shanpon. Unfortunately the Tupin and Formon are very dead. One is in Eric's Chi, who's just chilling. Bailed out on the 5-mon, not willing to push. So and live middle tiles just feel really bad.
Yeah.
Oh, if he wants Tempai or if, yeah, that's
Takes
gonna be
it.
the Haite. Deals into the Haite, adds the Dora, so it's gonna be 3,900, giving some of those points back from the give some of those points back from the Longon Sumo, but still in a nice first place. So we'll have the full hand here. Yeah. Once again though, we have Quinn, G Druid is our current dealer. And then we've got to their right is Blake, who is neither of which are unfortunately are players that I am familiar with. I have met Eric. He did come out to my tournament in Cincinnati, and I believe I may have met Galhan at the PML tournament. I'm bad at remembering people. Yeah, Harrison, I know you're probably trying to switch all the names and stuff around the dealer perspective. Hey.
All right.
Yeah. Sorry. Hand across the way looks quite nice. That is technically Tempai for Eric. Be Richinomi waiting on Eitzo. Don't really expect him to take that. In fact, declines the Tempai entirely, looking to try to get that Itsu. Which is definitely not an unreasonable greed with this type of hand. Seeing no Dora is definitely relatively scary for taking a bad Nomi like that. Oh, that 3-mon is going to widen his acceptance significantly. Galhan on our left called a few times, just trying to get it down for Shinomi. Holding onto that Dora just in case. Unbeknownst to him, is completely live. See, could Chivas for a potential Tanya. Decides not to. Does Quinn, but now probably would now that it's if the option comes back. Sitting Ryan Khan for Tempai. Or for Ishan 10. Oh, that's gonna be Tempai for Galhan. Tanya shifts. No, doesn't want it. Looking more towards that Pinfu.
Yeah, I think my inclination is toward the Pinfu also, but both make sense.
Yeah, I think as dealer, I'm like, oh, when Eric finally gets rewarded for that long greed play. Gets the Sun Menshon now. It's Richie Pinfu. High
And
out.
the chase.
Yep, the high out is going to be the 9-so for the full straight Itsu. 4 pins, not how you want to see when you see an Ipatsu draw. But actually, Eric would have dealt in with that 8-so if he got any
Tsumo.
other Senpai. It's going to be the Sumo. Yeah, Richie Pinfu versus Richie Pinfu. Very normal. We still get Sumo, no Urador. Ooh, that would have been Urador for Quinn. Unfortunate for them. Quinn actually has a hand. It's what, 9-star? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9-star for Quinn. Has no interest. Just goes straight towards a normal hand. But Blake's hand actually looks quite nice as our dealer here.
Yeah, it's not bad. Oh well, now it's quite nice.
Yeah, that 3 pin's an absolutely fantastic draw. It really like fills in the only awkward shape of the hand. Now it's just about finding like any sort of connector to those any
the
sort of
floating
connector to
ones.
those floating tiles.
Yeah.
The West Dora is like suspiciously absent. Nowhere to be seen. 8-so gonna take this Chi, going hard for the Sanchoku. Maybe thinking like, okay, 1,000 points puts like it's a close game so far. There goes that first West. Blake has no interest in holding it. Yeah, but it looks like Eric's just gonna go for the Sanchoku. Just try to keep the game low scoring. He was like overall in a pretty like happy situation. We actually had a decent like obviously for B3 the league is so large that like it looks like there aren't that many promo spots, but there are actually 6 or actually there are 8 total out of the 40 people we have. It's just 3 per league and then the 2 playoff spots. However, we had this discussion earlier about how there are quite a few there are usually quite a few extra promotion slots in B3 just due to the trickle down of people taking hiatuses and whatnot. So, ooh, this 3 is probably
That's
gonna
gonna
be a
deal
3-mon
right
deal.
in.
Yeah.
Yep. What a
Gave the entire
lucky series.
Sanchoku. Yeah.
of-
Gave the entire Sanchoku and the deal in, but picks up the 1K. Honestly, if I'm Blake, it's like, you know what, nice. I'm not that worried about Sanchoku no Mi, but it's like, it's a bit annoying. But Eric, maybe thinking, hey, like a low scoring game's fine for me. I've played 10 games. I'm plus 60. I'm top half. So if he can just like keep it rolling with these above 30K results, then he should find himself in a really good situation to be promoting at the end of this season. But we're not even halfway there. Lots of times for things to change. Actually, just looking at the overall score situation, all right, in B3, it's not that spread out, at least in this particular league. I think plus 100 is probably like I don't have it up at the top of my head. I can just go check it, I guess. I would assume plus 100 is probably the lowest score of anyone who's currently leading a division.
Yeah, it's quite symmetric. The negative scores are a little bit more bunched up, but
yeah, okay. I'm checking through, and that plus 107 is the lowest like overall first from like by like a 40-point margin at least on any other leagues like overall first place person. So like the standings in B3 B3A can change very quickly.
yeah,
Because I mean,
nobody is dominating yet.
yeah, who here has played in this league and hasn't taken some ass minus 50 at some point? Like we've been there.
Yeah, more times than I'd like.
Yeah, same. But anyway, Eric's hand here, he has 2 Dora. Unfortunately, the rest of the hand is just like not quite cooperating. Oh, and that's a really interesting draw for Gahan. Commits to Gahan's own 2 Dora, has Tanya Dora 2 pretty much guaranteed, but now has like a really wide Pinzu shape, and the 6-so just kind of chilling there just to be in a good tile. Has less overlap than 3-mon. Probably for that. That could have been a Chi. I think the Pon. I'm not sure if the Pon actually stopped that though, because if you Chi that, then you're stuck
Chi.
waiting on a. Yeah, this is I think a better Chi for Gaohan. If you Chi the 3-pin, then you would have been stuck on 6-pin 3-mon.
Dong.
Oh, and immediately gets the deal in. The Sumogiri deal in though, so it's like it smarts a little bit because you could have gotten that Dama, but oh well. But anyway, we are into South 2 already. Obviously, we missed the first 2 hands, which included a Mongon, but it's been a lot of trading points back and forth, and so far Quinn is the only one who seems to be getting the downside of that. Was Quinn the one that summoned that Mongon? No, that was
I believe
Blake.
so.
No, I think it was Blake, right?
I think it was Quinn. I think I think they've just
Well, we
taken
can,
like almost every
yeah,
hit.
yeah. We
since
can
then.
check. We can check what happened at in between games for this table. Yeah, everyone's within like 3K of each other, and the players at the top of the table are all within like 1,000 points of each other. So any win here is going to be a pretty big deal because any win is going to be jumping you a placing or opening like that much of a gap. Plus, you get to move the game along and just like kill any sort of variance. Right now, I have to back Blake's hand for this hand. It looks really good. It's one of the wider Ishantens you'll see. Could he cheat for Senpai, but that would be a little bit sad if I honestly. Seeing Tupin there would be so sad.
Wait, is that a Sanmenchan and Sanmentan like
Yes.
Ishanten?
Oh wow, and that's a four-sided weight in the Pinzu. They want it. It take two. Oh no, it takes the 258. But if they chose, they could have gotten. If they were willing to cut the Manzu, they could have gotten a 2-3-5-8 pin weight, where 258 were all
Oh
Pinzu.
yeah, I don't. I wonder if there was a reason to take. Maybe they just recognize the Sanmentan.
Yeah, it's
easier.
not the easiest shape to like just immediately see. It's definitely one of those. It's like once you've seen the shape and like understand it, it's like you see
But
it.
like the
But-
Sanmenchan shape with the pair inside of it.
Yeah. Oh, and the Katsu chase.
Oh jeez.
Oh, that's so brutal.
That's yeah.
It's just Richipatsu Pinfu, but like at this table, 3,900 points is a huge deal. So one of them, they'll probably be kicking themselves if they go back and review the log of the broadcast. But though I'm not actually sure that the Pinzu weight would have come out either. I didn't check closely enough. This hand for Quinn though is another like solid looking hand. However, the Galhan has the hand here that at least looks visually interesting.
Yeah.
Just from its lack of suited tiles.
I think if you're Gauhan, you just call Haku and see what you can do from there. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. It's like even 150 here is what if you can get 150 here, it ties the game. Which is kind of interesting. It's one of those like scoring quirks. It's like
that is a Rionmen Ishan for Quinn.
Yeah, Quinn with a fairly quick looking hand would be another Richipin Fedora. Or well, not another, but a Richipin Fedora. Also Penshan Rionmen Ishanten for Blake. See what ends up filling in. That Penshan is a Dora.
Right.
Now can shift this towards potential Tanyao. I think, and fortunately, Blake is in a situation where you can't afford to open for it. Though. Like, I would love to be able. Oh, just draw what you want. This is it's Richi Dora potential for Tanyao. There's 3 6-mon on the wall.
Oh.
Oh, on the
I was
7
thinking
mon.
like, is there gonna be a push?
Yeah, I think Quinn has a pretty good understanding that this game is very, very close, and that any deal is probably going to get you last place. Oh, the con! Oh, creates a Dora. So this hand is going to be at least 350. Oh, and that's a fantastic draw for Quinn. Now can't actually fight this if they decide to. Oh, and does get Tenpai. Surely this is a fight.
I think you have to.
3-so actually doesn't look that bad for the 5-so con. It's quite difficult to be in use.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
it's going to take
They just had to take a second to evaluate that.
Yeah. So there's one of each of the 6 and 9 mon left.
The 9 being totally dead sucks.
Oh, 9 is dead. Yep.
Yeah, so that actually doesn't look as good as you might think.
The 9 dead? 3.
Oh.
No, oh sorry, I meant the 9 mon.
Tsumo.
Yeah. So I was still talking about the 6-9 mon. I suppose you can't really say 6-9 when both weights are 6-9.
Yeah.
Oh, but Blake immediately gets that Mogon back. Yeah, it seems as though that weight for Quinn was not really probably as good as we initially thought. And actually, that Rishi stick combined with the dealer penalty puts them all the way into last place.
Yeah,
which is absolutely ridiculous.
I think if you see 6-9, maybe they're just like didn't care that the 9 was dead or didn't see all 4 of them.
I see 6-9 and I see blood. Like
Yeah,
I'm
that's
clicking the
kind of
button.
what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Especially if you're dealer, you don't necessarily have a ton of hesitation on a move like that.
Yeah, for Quinn, this is another very good hand to get them back over 30k though. Quite
Gee.
nice looking and getting the calls that they need for this Honitsu. Just needs to find that Hatsu. And they are both in the wall still. Oh, never mind. There's one in Blake's hand, and I just can't read. It's been a day. All right. Decides to decline the Tenpai, doesn't want 2k. It would get them second place, but it would be a negative second place. And Quinn is in that like iffy middle ground where like plus, but like not like plus by a lot, so it wants points.
What
And it looks like Blake is already folding. Which like fair to 2 cuts or to 3 calls. But plays a
Yeah.
Dora pair as dealer. Like that's
Gee.
always like a little bit of a oof. But I mean like look at Blake's hand. Like do you really want to play North or Haku or Chun?
I-
Oh, Nine So
What do you think
Tanki.
about that swap?
I like it. It's I
Yeah.
like it not because I think 9 So is a better weight than 8 So, but I like it because it's significantly easier to find yourself with a better weight now.
Oh, if something connects to the 3 so Anko.
Yeah, so you can end up on like a complicated weight, or you can even get like random honor Tanki, or you can even just like
Oh.
switch to you can even switch to another like type of weight if you want to. Though that'd be probably bad.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, probably not switching to Shompai Haku though. It's just not really something that's going to end up happening. Or I don't feel confident that I'm going to get a Haku cut from someone. And
Yeah.
I'd feel worried about someone having a pair. Obviously, Blake did not have a pair at the time, but now does. Like when Yakuhai are live this late, there's usually a reason.
Yeah, I don't think I would have made that particular swap.
Yeah. Now Eric can win. Looking to try to just get Tanya out, it looks like. Though that South, I think, is going to be what eventually, or what decides to push him towards folding. Because no one can afford to deal in.
Home.
Okay. Taking the Shanten, cuts that. Doesn't just like that South is just sitting there. It's like, oh, it's awful. It's live. Like you can't afford to deal into 5200 here. You'd lose the game. Oh, and there's the 8 so the backfire.
It happens.
Okay, and there's the 9 so the backfire.
Yeah, that's a worst
Tsumo.
backfire.
Oh, there's the Tsumo, the not
wow.
backfire. Now, is this enough points? I didn't do the calcs. I think this is enough points for Quinn to win the game.
Yep.
Yeah, it is enough points on Sumo to win the game. What a ridiculous game. Honestly, like what a like fast, loose, and just like absolutely like
Yeah,
absurd game.
Quinn starting off, taking a beating, and then winning it back. That's
Yeah, it seemed like every time
fun.
someone like lost points, they just immediately got something back. But like no one got like enough, but then they would just lose those points again. No one got any amount of points. I think like the highest anyone ever sat at was 38k from that first manga.
Yeah, from the right.
Like honestly, like this goes down as a 4 in the score column for Eric. Like minus 17 is not that bad. Yeah,
No,
like,
it's not horrible. I mean, it's not what he wanted, but
no. It's like obviously like you're not happy to take a 4th here, but it's just like, I've taken a lot of worse thirds in my life. It's a 21-minute game. All right, Harrison, do you want to go check the first 2 hands of this game just so we can see the Mangan that we missed? Just the rest of the game. As of the moment, we do have the other B3A standings on screen. Lots of new players, very exciting. I've met a few of them. Lots of just surprising results from top to bottom. But overall, like always very happy for the league to be continuing to grow, which is like
yeah, I'm
it's
excited
not
for there to be.
it's
Maybe
not
the
like
people joining it won't be excited, but I'm excited for a
yeah,
C1 expansion to the league.
yeah. It's not like the best feeling, to have to play like these like split like leagues that are like kind of like the beta league again. But the fact that we have people coming in that replace the people that are taking hiatus and like add to the numbers every single season is like makes me so happy about like the current state and the future of American Mahjong. Yep. Okay. So it looks like okay. So I know Galhan's on the right. Who was our first dealer? I want to say it was Eric. Eric was our first dealer. Well, I guess we'll find out who won this hand. All right, if you just want to like scroll through, I just kind of want to see what the Mangan was.
Boom.
It's like there were a lot of okay, yeah, Hakupon makes sense. Blah blah blah. Ishanten already. Wider Ishanten. Not sure.
Probably the tune hand over
Lychee.
there.
Yeah. Okay. It's good. Okay. It's gonna be Richi, Chun, Dora, and probably a Sumo. Yep. Oh, the Dory Patsu, but like Oh, and it looks like oh wow. Eric got Tempai on that Dora the turn after. It would have been Haku Dora 2. Would have been nice
Tsumo.
5,800. Instead pays 4K. Ah, ain't Mahjong great. Like really, Eric really only. I'm not even sure Eric dealt in, did he? Like, I'm pretty sure Eric only lost that game because he ate that 4K off of the off the Magan Cavalry.
Eric would be the
The Watashi player at the moment.
okay.
Yeah. Such is life, though. What are you gonna do? All right. Anyway, it does not look like another game has started. Yeah, I think we need to take a break. I think we can just like touch on the B3A stats since we didn't get a chance to talk. Yeah, they're just going into the B3A like league here. It's actually fairly different, like stats wise, than what we saw from the B1 board. Is the first thing that I noticed is the 60 plus participation players are not having a good time of it.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Yeah, it's like
Um,
Kayla is having the best go of it, above average call and Ricci rates. Balance looks like she's been balancing those quite well. That's gotten her like a small net plus. But both Quincy and Jocelyn like topping the league in call rates, but and participation and just like not finding the hands.
yeah, looks like the only person who is making quite a use of their assertive play there is Emily with that 33.8% win
Yeah,
rate.
and yeah, she's participating the fourth most, but she's winning by far the most points. Though it does seem like she's playing fairly aggressively. 14% is definitely like average-ish probably
But
for
those are
dealing rate.
some pretty big dealings, it looks
Yeah, it's
like.
definitely is near the top with the average dealing. But I mean, when you're winning a third of your hands, it'll balance out towards
Yeah,
you
it
end of the
looks like the placement to EV correlation is a little bit more solid in
Yeah,
this
we don't
in
see
this
that
division.
outlier with the EV very much in this. Like we saw with Anya, the second highest EV was like solidly middle of the pack in B1. A couple of these players I do know from just like previous experience in the mahjong scene. And I apologize if I have met you and I don't I don't remember you. Alon was the only American to make top 32 at the most recent iteration of WRC. Very
Oh,
strong player.
that's great.
Yeah. Looks like our game is starting in 3 minutes. We got a little bit of time. Vietz is a player that I actually talked to a fair amount on Discord. I haven't met him in person, but very strong player. Also a 7 dan. I believe that's like 4 total in the league in terms of Tenho rank. So
Yeah.
always fun to have strong players come in. Obviously, a lot of fanfare was made when Jen and Garth joined the league. Though Jen has just been having an absolutely tragic season.
It look
She's she
it
started
looks
the
that way.
season with she started the season with 7 thirds and a fourth. And this recent session, she was able to pick up a couple of wins. So hopefully, things will turn around for her.
Yeah, after a bit of an adjustment period, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not. I think it's just been bad luck. Like
Or yeah,
honestly, I've watched quite a few of her games just out of curiosity and because she was streaming them, and it's just like every hand is just like, oh, I pushed one tile and I dealt in, or like I had absolutely nothing for the entire hand. Couple mainstays from the league. I know Caesar's been around for a while. Jocelyn, I believe, is from up in your neck of the woods, correct?
yeah, from my local club.
Yeah, as is Jessa. Um, Lots of new faces as well, though. Eric, I believe, is new to this league. He's with Chicago. I met him at our tournament. Galhan, I mentioned during the game, is from the PML cohort of strong players out there, and they're constantly pumping out more. If you ever find yourself in the San Francisco Fremont area, go play mahjong. They have
There's
like auto tables. You can just like hit anyone up that you know that plays mahjong, and you'll find someone that can get you their Discord. They're very fun people to play with. They host a tournament every year around like October, November. Um, referencing tournaments for a reason that we will get to at the end of the broadcast. But there may or may not. Actually, I don't care. We have a
couple new people here from Richinomi, I think, but I don't know them all that well. So
Yep. Okay, but yeah, it looks like our last game is going to be, or the last game for the table we just watched is going to be starting in 45 seconds. But the one quick thing to say before we get into that game is Korak and the entirety of the DC Mahjong area, I believe Korak is usually centered in Baltimore, have just announced their tournament over the first weekend in April. They're 32 spots, cost $50. I believe the rules are there. There's an announcement in the Armel Discord.
2017 WRC rules, just to hop in as one of
Yeah.
the people helping out with it. It's 2017 WRC with Nagashi Mangan allowed and no head bump. Those are the two major changes we made.
Yeah, so it's WRC but with the dumb rules taken out.
Exactly.
And nicer
since you
Chombo.
couldn't hear that.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I turned audio on. We're good.
Okay.
The stream can hear this.
Okay.
Yeah, and nicer Chombo.
Yeah.
Than the official WRC, which was changed to be draconian on Chombos for good reason, because it was meant to be used for the actual world tournament.
All right. Well, here we go. Well, starting off with a probably call and go hand for Quinn.
Yeah, Quinn, definitely very nice starting hand here. I think it's fairly playstyle here, whether or not you would cut 1-mon or 7-so on the first turn. I think there are definitely some people that would play 7-so on the first turn and just try to full send this for Honitsu, but I think hedging is fine. Though the hand seems to have a
It's just building itself.
yeah, the hand seems to have a desired direction. We do see the East pawn coming in on our right from Blake. Going to be Ishantan already with Adora in hand. Ishantan already. Ryanman has the Dora float to just like kind of greed if you get the 8-mon, which like happens sometimes. We saw someone get rewarded for that earlier. Now, moment of truth.
The decision point here.
It's Ishantan either way. So I think I do actually. It's like it's a worse Ishantan for Honitsu, but like I think the value upgrade's worth it. No, decides not to. I think the value upgrade is worth it because it's quite difficult if you're Quinn to use Fedora here. So like you're saying you'd rather have like good Ishanten for like 1500 rather than like meh to like okay Ishanten for 5800.
I guess for me, like I either cut Dora or confirm Honitsu.
Yeah. I think you're playing this a little bit halfway, and it might end up costing them. Especially because Blake has found their Senpai waiting on that 5-8-mon. Is that? No, it's not quite Senpai up there for Eric. It's a nice looking hand. Ryanman. For just Rishi Pinfu, but at this table, Rishi Pinfu last game would have been a pretty significant hand. Can hold that 5-mon for wider acceptance, but also can try to get rid of it before it's dangerous. Unfortunately for Eric, it's already dangerous, so it just deals in. But it was safe to the dealer, so you can really only defend from so much. Ooh, Galhan now is the player with the option, and probably the it's Chito Ishanten, and they cut the only wrong tile. No, look at that 7-so. That's so gross.
That's the wall is funny that way.
That's so sad. Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I do think I like holding the 9-pin here because like you can do multiple things with this hand. It doesn't have to be Cheetoy, it doesn't have to be normal. It can be whatever the heck it wants.
Yeah, like
you can even start pawning. Like if you get the 5-pin, like you can
the 5-pin is an instant pawn, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Let's see. What hands can shut this down? Eric's hand has like some decent shapes, but probably gonna have to cut that too. So might be a problem as it becomes a Honitsu. Oh, that's the Tenpai. Okay, this is gonna be Dama for a while. I expect it might be Dama the entire time because Dama Chitoi is 9,600 points for the dealer, like with two Dora. Like you generally reach
Yeah,
these
no.
Chitois because like you want the sumo for the Hanemon, or you think you have a good enough weight that someone will deal into it despite your reaching.
Yeah, now we have the Tonki. Which Tonki dance?
Yeah, so the 6-0 I guess looks a little bit better to him. The 8-pin being like something that can be hedged around with like Dora shapes, and Pinzu being overall fairly expensive on the board. Whereas like he played 7-7-5 so maybe
Yeah,
like anyone paying
that
attention.
swap makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, was that South? That South was oh no, it's furry thin. Duh. I looked at every discard pool except ours. Oh, the Dora. Maybe just play
I
it.
think you
Like you
just
don't have a
have to.
choice. Yeah,
You
like you
just
just play
have
it.
to
You're
go
10-5.
back.
Yeah, I think he's deciding like, oh, okay, like if someone's gonna call this, I want them to like have to fight me.
That's an
Yeah,
interesting play, but
yeah,
it makes sense.
yeah. I think 6-0 is like one of those things where it's like I think if you're playing like
Yum.
kind of like ooh, the Dama Ipeko comes out, got the tempo without me even noticing, and it was Genbutsu weight on the Rishi. I think
The
Galhan
Chitoi
coming.
kind of felt like the main event on.
Yeah,
on the
Galhan
board.
I think created that deal in by reaching there. I don't think that 8-mon comes out otherwise. It's very unfortunate, but yeah, that's the break sometimes. It's a good wait for and a nice hand for Blake.
Oh,
Haku
and
Pawn. Oh, that's the Dora. Haku Dora
yeah,
Pawn
this
for
is
Eric.
somebody's eating
This is gonna be
12K very likely.
this is gonna be a fast and dangerous hand. Yeah. Let's see what can be done to deal with this. Galhan's got like is technically close to Tenpai if he can fill in like an 8-mon and the Ryoncon. But it's like you got to get really good draws to keep up, especially with that. On a right, like the hand doesn't look terrible, but it just everything's too slow. There's also 4 pairs.
I guess
That
the question for Eric is
sorry.
Greed Hanemon?
I don't think so. 12K
I
is too
don't
good.
either, but
Boom.
Oh,
some
Paul,
people,
Paul, 2-pin. Yeah.
yeah.
Now, if you draw 6-pin, I think it's like considerable. But like 6-pin is the only world where I even think.
Right, because then Paimon?
Yeah, I do think you can legitimately. I think you probably can be swap and sweep well at night if you draw 6-pin. However, what is it? Sheesh, Quinn's hand is very hard to read upside down. Why is it always Manzu?
That is
It's 1, 2, 3, and then okay, it's
that seems very likely to end up on a 3-6.
yeah, it's 3-6-9 mon for Toyman. Oh yeah, and there's the 6-pin draw and the swap. It's 3-6-9 mon will be
Wow, okay,
Ishansen for
so
any of those draws will be
Oh,
Ishansen for Pinfu.
oh.
Easy palm. All right, so it's let me just make sure I can count right. It's Haku,
It's
Honitsu, Dora
Paimon.
3, yeah, Toy. All right, so it's Baimon. You know what's fucked? How many of these 6-9 pin do you see?
That is fucked.
All right, Eric understands what is going on here. Like, you have Baimon Tenpai. If you fold Baimon Tenpai and Akanashi,
Kong.
you con this, and then you deal in because this game
Yum.
sucks.
Oh no.
It's the Itsu out too. Only Earl 1, so no additional damage created by the con. But it's like,
No, but emotional damage
yeah,
is
I
significant here.
I do think the additional draw is worth the danger aspect, or like the extra danger there, because you're like an extra draw there is just so good.
Yeah, no,
You want
it makes the con is sensible.
yeah, you do not care what anyone else is doing. You need as many draws as possible to win this hand. And the fact that like you happen to deal into a Mongon, like while you had Paimon Tenpai and you saw all of the Dora, was
Yeah.
just like very unfortunate.
And like, what if you Rinshan your Oyabai? Like,
Yeah.
Then
we
you just
flip
style on
the
the
door
table.
Yeah, we flip the door immediately. What if they Rinshan flip 3 more door and it's a Sambai? But it did not happen. So Eric will sit there and be sad in last place. But it was very justified. All right. That's the entire point of this. Anyway, Blake dealer has a really nice looking hand actually.
Yeah.
Dora is been
Some
cut
kind of
once.
4/5 Sanchoku available.
Yeah,
here.
3, 4, 5, or 5, 4, 5, 6, both live. Just depends on what you draw. On our right, we've got Quinn going for another Honitsu. It's a hand that served them quite well so far as well. Honitsu is just like a generally good way to create value with no red fives because it's one of the only things that's worth.
Committing to the
Yeah,
possible.
very much
Sanchoku
hard
here.
committing to this Sanchoku. I think it's not necessarily bad, and this is that's a feels bad draw, but you have to remember you would not have drawn that 9-7 because the 7-7 got cheated.
Right.
So it looks like Blake is valuing this
Boom.
north pseudo safe tile over the extra Rion men. Just wants to play for 5 blocks, which is fine. Ooh, but speaking of Sanchoku, actually, Eric on our left has made his way to a Sanchoku Ishanten himself, as well as an Itsu Ishanten. Lots of ways for Eric to get value out of this hand. Hatsu is not one of them. That's already been pulled. The thing that I'm concerned about for Blake here is that this north is actually not as safe as you would think it is, because
Not against the.
yeah, the north hasn't been discarded by anyone. It happens to pass here, but the north hasn't been discarded by anyone. It is the door indicator, so it's not fully live, but
No.
that's you're dealing in 3,900, if not
It gets swapped
5,200.
out for efficiency.
Yeah. Also, across the way, Galhan's just trying to get West Nomi, shut down what's going on, get themselves back at 30k. That is, that's Tenpai for Eric, but it's the worst Tenpai. It's Richi Nomi on a Shabo. Oh, that's Furry 10. Furry 10 Shabo is not something that comes up very often, but when it does, it's really? This is my life?
What decisions have I made that got me to this point?
Yeah. This East is actually safe for Blake, but it's very difficult to know unless you're hard tracking every Sumagiri Tadashi. Oh, that is gonna be Tenpai. So now Quinn is going to overflow a tile here, and that should put everyone on red alert. You see, Galhan drew the Tuzo. He immediately was like, all right, no more Sozu.
Right.
This Haku is going to do the same thing for Eric. And this 8-pin is probably going to lead to us seeing a 2-pin cut, if I had to guess. Yeah.
Boom.
It's a Tuzo.
Oh
no.
oh.
The 3-so Suji. Oh, okay. Just I'm not really sure why you make that pawn if you're not willing to
I'm not quite sure myself.
All right, Wes.
Boom.
Well, now okay. Well, I guess we're just going. I'll make my own Honitsu.
I
Entirely
guess.
off of pawns in the 3rd row. Okay. Well, now Blake actually has a route to Tenpai as well. I actually do like 4-pin cut here because you want to leave yourself as many pawn outs as possible.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah, I can see it.
Oh my god, it's Tenpai. Wow.
He's done it.
What does Eric cut here? Nothing looks good. Yeah, okay. Fremon probably looks the best. What an absolutely ridiculous Tenpai for Galha.
I'm astounded.
The fact that hand got Tenpai that way was very
Literally,
funny.
I'll just make my own Tenpai entirely out of pawn.
Yeah.
Like,
And if you're Quinn, you're sitting there, it's oh, good thing I chose 2-so instead of 6-so. This is my weight. But they have no idea that had no shot at being that literally only got Tenpai that turn. If you're
Boom.
really aggressive, you can cheat that 8-mon, but it seems unnecessary. But yeah, we have a fairly reasonable hand here in front of us for Quinn. A very fast hand for Eric. Just trying to get any of those points back. Being no 10 there also kind of sucks. Losing the 10-5 points from the other exhaust. It's gonna be probably a quick chi. Yeah. I don't hate going out of Zuke this aggressively if you're Blake. One, because kind of in a chill second place. But 2, like, it looks like Tanya. You know?
Yeah, no, this is a pretty well hidden
Yeah.
Ochazuke.
It
It's
looks like
fine, I
Tanya.
think.
You have 2 Dora. Like, she's it's like not necessarily. Ooh, now that one you have to
I
take. If you're gonna cheat the
yeah,
other
I
ones, I
think
don't know
I
why you don't cheat that one.
I
I
think
guess
yeah,
like the
yeah.
dream is you. I guess like they're
'Cause
greeting.
it doesn't ruin your like gambit. You're like,
Yeah.
this is a Tanyao.
Yeah, it's like the only
Cheat.
reason to pass that is greed. Because you want Dora 3.
Boom.
But the problem is that's just like it's too slow.
Yeah, I don't
Because
like that play.
now Galhan's Tenpai. Now Eric's 3 calls. Quinn is just kind of sitting here is like, when do I get to play? But it's now also Ishanten. So like you open twice early on this on like it's not even like really a gambit. It's just more of like okay, like I have 2 Dora, I will go fast. But like okay, now you can switch to time, which is like honestly makes the most sense once you actually get to a place where you have enough Tanya blocks.
I think
But
they're probably at the point in the
Tenpai.
round where you suspect you're Mochi Mochi, but it's just
Yeah, it's just
they're
dead.
just nowhere.
It'd be that way. Oh, Galhan broke Tenpai at some point. I did not see where. Did not like 3 so wait. So actually the only person Tenpai right now is
Oh, there it was.
is Quinn. That is gonna be Tenpai for Eric if he wants it.
Cheat.
Do you want to cheat down to Hadaka?
I don't.
Yeah, I'm not a fan either, but it's like it's 2K, I guess. But yeah. Meanwhile, Quinn is just trying to like kind of just chill and like, hey, I've got Tanya. I think though, like if I see this from Eric, like I'm like this is a Ricci. Last turn was a Ricci. Like back off. No, it's a Hellweight. It is a Hellweight though.
It sure is, yeah.
The Tremont's a Hellweight. The North is also a Hellweight. But yeah, just Tsumo. Who cares if it's a Hellweight? Just Tsumo. I think like the emotional damage of reaching even that Hellweight like to Eric is like worth it. Like I called out a Hadaka Tanki that I immediately see a Sumo Giri Ricci. It's like, oh god, what have I done? Hadaka being only or like naked, like the 4 calls, you know. Yeah. All right, this hand for Quinn probably not likely to keep them on their deal. But let's see who is likely to win this hand. Galhan's got a chin pair. See if that comes out from
that
Blake.
hand looks fairly strong overall.
Yeah, Eric's hand like has got some interesting elements, but like you kind of got to fill. You got to Anka one of those tiles.
That 1-1-2-2 shape is like my bane.
Yeah, I hate it. It's so annoying. Especially because you're sitting there. It's like I can't even get San Anko out of this. So it's just like it's just sitting there being bad.
Oh well, there's a
Boom.
Yakuhai pair for Blake.
Yep, because it gives
But
Eric.
it's not callable.
Oh yeah, Haku's dead.
It's 2 cut.
It is 3 pairs. I imagine we'll just kind of see the Haku stay in hand as a safe tile, and we'll just see we'll see Blake move towards just general efficient play while holding those Haku.
Yeah, and Galhan over here hoping for that 8 peen, but willing to probably give up Dora if needs.
Yeah, honestly, like Galhan, like is kind of just like chilling there, flirting with that. Oh wow, okay, never mind. Just doesn't care. Once. So
does
actually,
not want to give up the Dora. Never mind.
Yeah, so I actually don't hate this.
No, because if you pawn the 1, so
yeah,
you
you
can
get the
end up
nice
on
weight.
the 8-9 weight.
I feel a little bit worse about it now when I see the 8 and 9 pin come out from other players.
Oh,
Oh,
the
no,
wall really doesn't like your.
No, you just play 7 pin. You just play 7 pin. You're fine. You still have your Dora weight.
That's true.
You would assume mode, but like you still have your Dora weight. There's 2 of them. They're both on the wall. Life's good. Yeah, and it looks like Eric is like has finally actually like made something of that 1-1-2-2 Jeweler 3mon and another pair so he can use it. But still just looking at Richinomi Shanten. For Galhan, like 1K or even 2K is like a pretty big deal. It gets Galhan ahead of Blake. Quinn's just there, it's like, I'm the dealer. I honestly probably would have cheated that even. Like I'm the dealer. I want points. I want to keep my deal.
Yeah,
8-pin. I'm assuming, yeah, this is going to come right out. Unfortunately.
that worked out.
Yeah, it's been a very, like, obviously, like, you kind of get forced into playing, like, from an uncomfortable place when you deal in, like, pushing a Baimon.
Right.
But this has been very uncharacteristic for how Eric's season has gone so far. You can see, like, one of the lower win rates, I think, overall for B3, but, like, I think the overall lowest dealing rate in B3 with 8.2. And, like, not only 8.2, but a disgustingly low 2,400 points per
Yeah,
dealer.
only dealing into like open Tanyaos and Yakuhai Nomi. And I don't. You rarely see a deal in average that low.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a deal in average that low across, like, more than, like, a few games of sample size. Not that 12 is large, but it's, like, more than 4. Anyway, Galhan been mostly like a spectator this game, to be honest. But like, sitting above that float. Honestly, like I've played a lot of games like that at this point, where it's just like you get yourself a little bit over 30K and just kind of like sit there and let everyone else play, and it's just like, you know, good
C.
night, play a mahjong. We're not
Just
really playing, but
having an okay time.
yeah, everyone else is playing, and that means that I don't have to play. But Galhan would definitely like to convert this hand. Potential Tanya, potential Pinfuli Peiko, really just depends on how the blocks fill in. Meanwhile, Eric has found his value and is going for it. Ishanten for Chinitsu. Not the easiest Ishanten to get, but not the hardest either. There is still one 2-pin to be able to be drawn and can fill in like another 7-pin. Or even the last 9-pin. That's like the worst though. Like when you draw a 9-pin into a hand like this, and then it asks you if you want a con every turn.
Yep.
It's like, bruh, I don't want a
C.
con.
I can assure you, I don't.
Unless I draw a 6-pin.
Do not need.
Yeah, okay, so Galhan's found a way to Tempai now. And you can actually...
That's
Okay, so interesting choice to make here. I don't hate this Dama. However, if you're going to Dama this, you have to play 8-so. Because, like, you now cannot win on 1 mon. Which is going to punish Galhan, like, in 2 seconds when Quinn cuts it.
Home.
Okay, takes the palm. I guess if you're playing towards that route, like sure. But I think like the Dama Pinfu route is just like very reasonable there. You don't really want to risk like Orichi like for only Pinfu from your comfy spot into what should be a Chinitsu Tenpai. Oh god,
sure, yeah.
that 9-pin is so rough. I mean, you could play 3-mon and just Tunky on it. Yeah. And just like, alright, just say, okay, I'm holding Tenpai. If come and get me. Like someone's gonna have to like pry my deal from my cold dead body. And now that 6-pin comes out, Galhan knows that 9-pin is safe because the 9-pin got pulled. So they can't be like so many Shabo or anything. Oh, and a 4-mon deal in. It's always the turn you get Tenpai that someone deals in. Like you get your comeback hand, and then someone deals in as soon as you get Tenpai after taking way too long to get Tenpai. Like that hand should not have taken that long to get Tenpai. So.
Well, Galhan continues his leisurely, I'll take second, acceptable mahjong. So
yeah, and now Blake finds himself below 30K, so Galhan's leisurely mahjong is even like better. Yeah, that's like my one saving grace here from Eric. Like like that 1K killed my Chinitsu, but at least now someone's below 30K with me. And it's even better that it's Blake because Blake's the last dealer. So it's like even if Blake like wins something cheap, they're very much in range of just getting sumoed below.
right.
No, this hand does look quite good if you're Eric. Not like fantastic, but like the shapes are there.
Yeah, it's not bad.
You can accept Dora. There's like an outside world where this becomes a Junchan, which would be kind of sick.
I don't.
Junchan,
I
Sancho,
think
Dora.
Why keep the 9-pin there?
I think he's like really kind of on this idea of Junchan.
I'm not on the idea, but maybe. Oh,
Okay,
well,
maybe
no.
not. Yeah.
No.
Well, I guess like the 8-mon doesn't particularly help, but if you should have just played the 9-pin then if you're gonna do that. Formon probably just Formon just goes right back out. I got baited for a second. Anyway, Blake's hand looks pretty good. It's one of those like awkward Sozu shapes though. It's also Chitoi Shanten. Now I think you just
that
like
is awkward.
yeah. One of those things is like when you draw like 9-so or something into this is like, what do I do?
What do?
Oh, like this. Like what do we do
yeah,
now?
almost as bad, honestly.
I think you just play 6-pin and just like
That's
say
what
okay.
I would do.
Yeah, like keep as like as much like Sozo acceptance as you can, but also like
Oh well,
just, like, you
that's
gotta
Sozu's
keep your Chitoi
problem.
around. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this Richie, but
wow. I think I would have looked for an opportunity to.
yeah, like
If I
there's
keep this as Chitoi and not as Ipeko something else, I want a better weight than that.
yeah, I agree. I think like because you can get Chitoi here, like there are like 80 to 90% of the tiles, or probably like 3/4 of the tiles in the game are better than 6-pin for Chitoi. In terms of like weight quality. Maybe it's
Boom.
like a read that they have on what's available and what's not. It's half Suji now, and there is one on the wall. So I mean, sure, but like that 7-pin pull hadn't happened yet.
Right.
I would have even felt better about the 5-so weight just because like you have so many tiles
Yeah,
around it.
the 5-so is less likely to be usable since you're hogging so many.
Yeah, but anyway, Gaohan deals in to Quinn's 1,000 points. Gaohan's like, all right, I'm still over 30k. That's fine. So it's a little bit annoying now if someone knows a Mangan, but the way these tables have gone, like these have been
Well,
very cheap, very quick
Alhan's
games.
got a nice hand, so maybe he can like Dama Pinfu or
Yeah, that's
something.
not. If Galhan can find a way, like you can justify Arichi if you can get Sumo Hanuman, but it's probably not happening. Sad, unless it's Chitoi Dora too. Which like is possible. He's got 4 pairs. Like 7-mon would fit into the 5 pairs. 7-mon would fit into the hand without much issue.
I think you cut the penchant here.
No, you just play 6-pin
Okay.
because you can look at it as you can look at it as 1, 2, 3, and then 3, 4, 4, 5.
Oh right.
So
right.
it's just 3, 6.
Well.
Yeah. Well, now it looks like it could be Sanchoku, so like rewarded, but it's guaranteed Ipeko and like potential Sanchoku. So I guess like it works out. Yeah. I'd be Tenpai for Chito. I'd be trying to get my Dora Tanki to try to sumo on to win the game. Anyway, other hands going on. Blake really needs to try to win this hand to try to get it over 30k, and the 1-so Anko is like helpful, but like it's just not gonna happen. Eric,
Boom.
it hurts. It really does. But Eric sees the route, doesn't take Tenpai, but does take the Hatsupon because he has 2 Dora. So if he can get a 3rd Dora, not impossible. There is one left. Then he can actually run either Galhan or
Boom.
Blake and they're just gonna be or he could run either player for 8k and overtake and get 3rd place. But like being 3,900 point Tenpai is also not. Give yourself some con outs. You can always palm the Dora or switch to a Shavo. And now now Blake is also Chitoi Tenpai. I was gonna say Shaten, but Tenpai. We'll see if we see like another preemptive reach. Oh, there's
There it is again.
yeah. Not sure what's being seen to just like jam these immediately on these like very middle tiles.
Oh.
But the thing is, like, even if Blake deals into Eric, like it's not gonna be enough points. Did you pass this? You do pass it.
Oh,
That's
I get
tough.
Boom.
Oh, the Chitoi, the Tanya Chitoi.
What a wild way for that to go.
Yeah.
Well,
Chitoi loses to Chitoi.
I guess the pass makes sense.
It does, but like
You'd only have been Eric would have only been saving himself what 3 points.
No, I mean it would have been 3,900 and then plus the stick, so it's like you get 5 points.
5.
Yeah, it's like lost 5 points. Like my issue is that like at that point in the hand, it's really hard for you to upgrade to Mangan. So like maybe you just take it.
I think
I don't blame Yeah, I don't blame passing, and like, he definitely like thought about it, but like it's you have to like it's a difficult upgrade.
All right.
All right, so that
Well,
finishes that.
all right.
Yep. Okay, so we've got, I believe, one more set of games that were scheduled tonight. Oh yeah, they played. Let's see, let me check the results of the first game. It is another B3 game. Let's see. Wenchen won the game. Takahiro got second place. Leslie got third, and Nick W got fourth. Lots of Nicks and Nikolai and Nicholases. Uh, but Takahiro, Taka Penguin Knight for anyone who knows him on Discord, super great guy. Very, very nice. Won the Richinomi Spirit Award while also getting second place in the tournament. So it's like when you're winning and people think you're like one of the most sportsman-like spirited players, like you're probably doing something right with how you're with how you're playing, interacting, and carrying yourself as a person. Definitely one of the
Yeah.
one of my favorite people I've had the pleasure to meet.
Taka's enthusiasm for mahjong
Yeah.
is special.
Also, one of the biggest lightweights you'll ever meet. My God. My dude had like half a bottle of soju. It was like his drug. It was a great time. Yeah, he's been doing like he's sitting there right actually with Leslie, who's playing with at this table. Both of them are like right at that plus minus zero range. Nick W, unfortunately, not someone I've had the pleasure of interacting with, but they're having a bit of a rough season so far. Wen Shen, I believe, is another PMLer. Um, and Leslie is Nuna, as some of you know her on Twitch. Streams Mahjong on occasion. I haven't been able to catch her recently, but has been has I believe learned in the game recently. It's just been kind of like slowly but surely improving. She played the Cyber Cup, I think it was, and made it all the way to finals. Had one of the one of the most absolutely ridiculous clips I've ever seen. She took like she got like three only tiles for like Honitsu Toy Toy Dora 3 Haite Sananko like whatever on like back to back to back draws of 5 so 7 so 9 so. It was just one of the like the
That
weirdest
sounds
things.
absurd.
It was
Yeah.
it was so funny. Like
Oh,
into like two tempais, into a Ricci. Like it was just nuts. But it
well,
was also very funny.
we may be seeing some call heavy mahjong coming up. We have two players here with 70% plus participation rates. So,
Yeah, looks like Nick and Leslie are both very, very aggressive. Wen Chen, I think, has been just playing like overall solid. 40% call is like probably a little bit like above average. So like not much. And 15% reach, he's probably a little bit below average. So probably a little bit of an open player. And it looks like Taka's just like barely playing. Taka, I know for a fact, is also very good. I have the pleasure of playing with him a lot. Like that 7% dealing rate for the second lowest overall points is not an accident. He's got the highest average win by far. He's just not winning hands.
oh, here's another case where
Yeah, he's got
Taka's
that out.
EV,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's got that outlier EV where like he'd be in a promotion zone if we sorted just by EV. But it's like, it happens. What are you gonna do? It's Mahjong. All right, looks like we're gonna be starting with Nick and Crayon as dealer. Leslie's gonna be our second dealer. Wen Chen is gonna be our third, and we're gonna finish with Taka, who I can actually read that now. It says Penguin Knight. Penguin Naito. Woohoo! I'm slowly but surely learning this language. Emphasis on slowly, not so much on surely.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, languages are just not a thing I have a head for, unfortunately. But anyway, Nick's first deal here, just not honestly just really unfortunate shapes. One completed Ryanman or one completed run, no pair really, and a bunch of just like ugly. But the good news is like no one else really has like too exciting of a hand. Taka probably with the best hand in terms of like potential, just because he's got those two Dora.
Because the pay
Gee.
Dora.
Yeah, and he's
Oh,
also
and
got
that's
four.
almost certainly going to happen.
Yeah, he's got 4 pairs as well. That he should be able to look to call. But yeah, we all okay. And sees the Anko draw. Yeah, like we noted though, we already see Nick opening 60% call rate. Looks like it seems like anytime he's got like a Yagoon, he's gonna be going for it. Looking for like the Tanya Nomi here. It's a little far, but the hand's improved. Taka now Chitoi Shanten. West is an easy cut though because it's dead. Oh, and that's a fantastic draw for Nick.
Oh yeah. I think that.
Ooh,
Oh,
that is a really interesting draw for Wenchen as well. Ishanten, it's like not as good of an Ishanten as it looks, but that is Tenpai if they want it. Defends they might want to greed. Potential for Sananko here. Potential for Ripeiko. Lots going on.
oh, looks like Leslie is quite close.
Oh yeah, Leslie. Jeez,
Is that-
everyone's
Reach.
progressing. Ooh,
Yeah.
what's gonna wait? Okay, the wait is gonna be the Nobutan. Does not want to dream of the Sananko. Maybe because the 5-mon already came out. We'll see whether or not that's a decision that gets end up being
Oh,
punished.
is that?
It's,
Okay, so
yeah, just the
Wenshin takes
Antotsu.
an Intotsu.
Yeah.
here.
Had the choice for Shabo, Kanchan, or Antonsu. Takes the Antonsu, which is the widest weight, but it's also the least valuable. So definitely a decision point there. Maybe I think personally I probably would have taken the Shabo just because I want to dream. Being able to create a Mangan out of a hand like this would be a pretty good feeling. But everyone else is still Ishanten. That is not quite Tenpai for Leslie, but that is a very good draw. That's not a tile that Nick can chi.
Chi.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, not a tile
So
that Nick
you
can chi.
thought?
Yeah, not a tile that Nick can cheat at Tenpai. Oh, and that 5-so is gonna spell trouble. Oh no. Oh no. Let's get and there's the 3-so, so unfortunate backfire there. Plays the 3-so first. The 4-so is gonna end up coming out unless they draw it.
Ricci.
Oh, that's Tenpai for Leslie as well. I'm gonna push the 6-so. I mean 6-so. Once you call Ricci, you have to push the 6-so. You cannot go back. Taka can palm this and play 6-0 6-0, but I think he's just gonna decide to play safe.
Yeah, this.
Because like pawning that and playing 6-0 6-0 doesn't really do anything besides lose you 2 safe tiles.
Come.
Oh yeah, like once you're committed to reaching this, you definitely can't. No door created for anyone. But we'll see whether or not the hits. So we got 2 5-pin, which actually looks pretty good in the wall. 4 still available? Jeez. Versus the 4-mon, 7-mon, 4-so. This 4-so though is just like it's sitting there very, very loose, chilling in Nick's hand. Oh, there's the 5-pin. Okay, 3 left. So many tiles dead walled. Unbelievable. Wow.
The fact that this went to Ryukyoku is a little shocking to me.
That's like there were so many tiles in the dead wall for both players. I don't have an exact count on Wenshin's weight, but you know, I mean, both of them get the Tenpai points. The game moves on, and you get 2300 in the middle. Because it was at least 3 2-5-pin in the dead wall, and then there was at least 1 4-so in the dead wall as well.
My God.
And then I didn't check and see exactly if the last 7-mon was in the dead wall. I think it might have been. So I think like at least 4 dead wall weights, possibly 5 or 6. Anyway, we see the West pawn immediately, and then the 4-so pawn. So it looks like this is going to be a quick push. Because there is no Yaku there for Nick, though he is Ishanten for K10 on turn 3. Never too early to go for K10. Tenpai is good. But yeah, it looks like this is going to be looking to either push for, like, it could even be a Rinshan, honestly. Just because, like, if you draw Tenpai before a 6-so comes out, like, the weight's likely to be pretty good. But yeah, it looks like they're going to be looking for this Toy. Holds the Chun because that's more value.
It feels so early to be taking this to.
Oh yeah. But like, I think I would have, if you're gonna pull this aggressively, I would have liked to hedge towards the Honitsu as well, so that you're not so
Yeah,
reliant on
I
Toy
would
Toy.
agree with that. You want some backup plan.
Yeah, because like now, like imagine like the tiles in hand were 9 so north instead of 2 3 mon. Like, oh, I
It looks like he's trying to
yeah,
fix
it's
it
like yeah.
after the fact. So,
Yeah, it's unfortunate like, because like that 9 so, but I mean, like you can still, especially this early, you can still like fix that. Very very doable. All right. Anyway, other hands we have Rian Shanten for Leslie in front of us. Potential for 5 6 7 Sancho, who looks really nice. Would like to pair up the one of the two, so which doesn't seem that impossible, honestly. Both tiles are fairly lined.
yeah,
We
that
only
seems
we only see one of
but
each. Oh,
oh,
and there's the Sanshoku almost confirmed. The only thing, so what you don't want to see right now is drawing 6 mon, 7 mon. Those are like, what the hell? 8 mon's
right.
also like a little bit like sad. Oh, and there's the chin draw. So now Nicholas is Shanten. I apologize. I've been saying Nick. His name is listed as Nicholas. I apologize. Feel free to like let me know if anyone knows him in person, whether or not that is an acceptable shortening. But I will try to be better about that. Oh, the Chun Onko draw. I mean, okay, like easy
Oh,
choice there.
geez, that's
Okay, well now Leslie is senpai on that.
getting.
Ah,
Oh, yeah.
okay. So definitely just play the one. So then, yeah, definitely just play the one. So oh, and the three. So okay, let's see. See, it's like you at least like well, one the two so has has one more tile. So two
Right.
versus one, at least from what you can see, and
And
that
the
actually
Tanyo.
happens to be true in the wall. But yeah, Tanya is the big deal here.
Right.
So Richie Tanya as dealer is like not bad. Like I've taken bad weights for Richie Tanya before as dealer,
I
but
just
like
the loss of the Sanshoku is
yeah, it's
a
very
little
sad.
heartbreaking.
I would have liked to see the dom. I
Come.
expect this will be a con. Yeah, just by like feel. Oh, and that would have been the 258 Summonton. But Leslie does pick up a Dora there, so the 8mon's like a little bit easier to stomach. Still 2 so on the wall. Still 2 so on the wall. Oh, okay. Leslie would have won with that on the 1 so Hellweight. But maybe that would only got pushed because it was Genbutsu. You never know. So you can't really like do that in Mahjong. Also, Takazi Shanten across the way, by the way. Would have to push 4 or 7 pin, which seems pretty rough. But I can imagine like a world where you. Oh, I think you jammed this for sure. You have Hatsudora too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh no!
Come.
What a fate.
Hatsudora 3 or a 0, but it doesn't matter. Anema. And I think this is why Taka's win rate has been low, but his wins have been high. Oh, but now we see Wenshim with a Dora pair, Haku. We don't see anyone else with one. So it's going to be, can someone shut the table down? Nick's got
Yeah.
another hand prime for calling with the East already on-code in hand.
Oh, well,
Oh,
we're
but
gonna have
then...
a nasty secret hand here.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough hand for somebody. Is both there are two Yakuhai Onkos. There are players that are going to play. Both players are going to play them fast. Leslie's going to try to go for a Junchan or a Sanchoku or both. Oh, and Taka actually makes a pretty good draw here as well. Playing standard 5 block has a pretty good shot at just like Richi Pinfu. Or even Dama Pinfu.
Chi.
Yeah, okay. Now all the calls are coming out from everyone. Oh, so it's gonna be
Saved for I thought that Wenshin was going to end up on that penchant weight, but
yeah, that 9 so draw is really good for the like the later quality of his hand. This 2-pin's gonna come out more than likely. Yeah, and that's gonna be a chi for Leslie. Is she gonna play the 3 mon though? The 3 mon doesn't really contribute to the because she needs a head, right? Oh no, displays the 9 pin. Okay. Still looking for that Junshan Sanchoku potentially.
the Sancho, yeah, yep.
Yeah, but like losing headouts and Junshan, it feels really bad because you just don't have the options really. I don't think you should go for Toy Toy here. I don't think you should. I like the 3 so play though because I think Wenshin's identified that Leslie's going for Sanchoku or not Sanchoku,
Yeah,
but
I
like
was just
Junshan or
wondering about
Chanta.
that swap, but yeah, you're
Come.
saving. Yep.
And there's the con. And now, oh, okay. This surely is the 3-mon coming out then. Yep, okay, that's gonna be Tenpai. That's gonna be Tenpai, that's gonna be... Oh, and now Taka draws Ishanten as well. Hatsu's tile just come out. So Taka has to feel pretty good about being able to push that. I don't think anyone suspects what's going on over here for Wenshin. Oh no, the deal is... We knew this hand was gonna be crashed for someone.
Yeah, well, I
When the
guess.
game gives you Dora Anko Yakuhai, usually it's got something in store for you. And it's not nice. The game's not that nice to just give you 12k.
I feel like sometimes it is, but it's not. It's never when it's you.
Yeah. Other people for sure. Other people just Sumo. But yeah, lots of it's pretty much exactly like we said though. Lots of aggressive calling. I mean, and most of these hands honestly have been very justified in the calling. Like even Taka's probably gonna like take one of his rare opens here.
Yeah.
Given he has the double tome and is now Ishansen. Oh, plays the door immediately. Okay. Doesn't really want to wait around, especially seeing that Leslie's already 2-call. And Leslie's already actually Tenpai. Is
Oh,
just
yeah, okay.
It's just Hatsunomi, but like very easy swap to Honitsu.
Do you swap the likely weight here to... No? Oh,
I
going
think
for...
Taka, I think here feels as if the East is probably held, given that
Oh,
he's probably
yeah.
identifying Leslie as Honitsu. And yeah, that's an easy Honitsu switch. So it's 3-so versus 9-so right now. Oh, but Taka's gonna take that. That 9-so from Leslie will not deal in. That's the thing. Oh, that's an easy con. Now creates herself Sadora, so that's a Mongon. That 6-0 is not gonna deal in because it kills a block. Ooh, and now can take the Nobaton, remove Furryton chances. It does decide to do so. Unfortunately, Taka did not get any door out of that, but can play 5 or 8-so here if he wants the wider weight. It does decide to do so. I think maybe not putting Leslie on being Tenpai yet, just because she hasn't overflowed.
Yeah, that seems...
but dodging anyway.
I think that's an accurate assessment.
Yeah, and this is like kind of my point generally. When I'm like fairly aggressive in all these, it's like even if it's no overflow, like I still have to like discard their exact winning time. You know, like the odds of like having no overflow Honitsu and being a good weight, like even lower than being no. So Taka takes
Well,
his time
that
down.
weight switch pays off for Taka.
Yeah, Taka takes his time down 1500. There's also like a big part of like winning games, and like Armel is definitely a league skewed towards winning games. It's not really enough to play your standard ladder and just like call like 2 seconds and 2/3 a good session. Like part of winning games is making sure other people don't win big stuff.
Sure.
Because like, you know, like obviously when you've already won a Hanuman and you're sitting like 15k over second place, like you can play a little bit more like passively. And this is like my approach to tournaments as well. Though tournaments, like, you know, you kind of want as many points as possible. This is a smaller sample size. Someone else is going to be high rolling, probably higher than you. But like for this, like you kind of need to shut down hands like that like look like, oh, that's probably a Mongon over there. If she supposes that I'm out 4k and all of a sudden like I'm only 2,000 points above her.
Right. Yeah, I sometimes when I'm talking to newer players, I explain that, like sometimes the 1K point hands are like, that's defense.
Yeah. Like
At least in some sense.
there are a lot of hands that winning is the best play to play defense with, because you're not going to be able to fold for any like consistent amount of time. But also like this is just generally a concept that's like it's really like limiting in a sense, because you have to be able to, one, identify danger, and then two, avoid said danger while three, winning.
Yeah, it's not an easy way to play. Like,
yeah. Taka getting punished, by the way, for being a turn 1 Dora enthusiast, as is right and just. Read your Dora, kids. They're good. They help. Oh, and now would be Chitoi Tenpai with those Dora. But is Chitoi Shanten? probably happily Ricci on Haku if he does get Tenpai. To our right, Nicholas, not really finding a route to open this hand, but does have some really nice shapes. Could even make this a Tanya potentially. Could she 4-pin, play 9-pin, 9-pin? Would make sense.
Yeah.
It's not really the value you want though from your current score situation. But you know, winning hands is good. Like win hands first, figure out value later is also like just a valid approach to learning the game and just playing mahjong in general. Because I mean, I imagine for a lot of people, like playing in a league is a very new experience, and sometimes it'll go well, sometimes it won't. Like that's just mahjong. And like 24 games, like it feels like a lot because it's over like 6-7 weeks or like
It's
not
not a lot.
yeah, it's over like a couple of months, but like 24 games is something I could knock out in like 2 days and end up like lower than where I started. And I'd be like, okay, well, that series of days went not great.
It helps to already have a couple hundred games on Tenho, so you don't have your R
Yeah,
bouncing
true.
around wildly while you do it. But
Hey, I'm only 20 some R away from demoting technically, so I got to worry about it a little bit. Though I have been on a bit of an extended Tenho break because that's honestly all I did for like 9 months of my life was just like come home, play Tenho, come home, play Tenho. I had a lot of other things going on in my life outside of that. Definitely took breaks, but you know, hitting a goal is a nice stopping point.
right.
Anyway, that second Haku comes out, so maybe I think we see Taka get rid of it here. The 4-pin does not contribute to Cheetos. Might just Simagari it. Might also feel a little bit sussed out just from the fact that it's the third row and 4-pin is not really a tile you want to cut.
No,
Okay, does not care.
not that sussed out.
He does like setting. I do love setting up the 1-pin Suji. Oh, okay. Forso probably not. I believe Taka can see that the tile is yellow.
You think?
I think it's just like a general sense play.
Wow.
And it gets rewarded a amount. I think like Dama Haku is very normal here, but Ricci is also not bad. That is, yeah, Naito's not a tile that Wenshin can hold, but like I mean, it's Genbutsu, and you're waiting on Genbutsu, so Leslie might actually deal in here if she happens to fold with the wrong tile. That's another thing you always have to keep in mind with Mahjong is see, I would have won on 1-pin. I would have played Haku and won on 1-pin. But that is another thing you have to keep in mind. Like, just because someone is Ricci does not mean that the other hand stop existing. Like, you can't only defend against the Ricci. You have to like,
Yeah.
assess like, hey, like that other person is open 3 times and is Tanyao. Maybe I should play my terminal save tiles before my Tanyao save tiles. I mean, sometimes you just get bopped by a Dama that's waiting on like Ricci Genbutsu when you have like, and that's like, all right, like well played. Not a whole lot you can do about that. I pretty much just like, in my opinion, like if you deal into Dama, you probably just got unlucky. It's like you shrug, you say well played, and you move on. Unless you're dealing like Shompai Dora in the third row. Or live tile Dora in the third row. Alright, another open hand for Taka. Really cashing in on that like low call rate and low deal in rate, but
yeah,
has had a lot of openable hands today, just from what's been
Dabuton
given to
Dora
him.
1.
Yeah. I forgot we were
That's
still in
fine.
East. I thought this was a South deal, and even then I was like, oh yeah,
No.
easy open.
No,
Alright,
not quite as not one of the faster games we've had
I'm
tonight.
shocked. How do you not chi that?
I don't know.
Taka, come on!
Not the
Oh.
pain tile you wanted, but
I mean, it's not bad though. Oh, that's a fantastic Ishanten there for one shot, by the way. Ryanmen, Sunmen Shan, but like
that is
has
really
pair
nice.
outs as well. The only awkward thing is the 4-pin Dora. So like if you get if you draw a 3-pin, you're just like, wow, really? Oh, Taka also has the con tile in hand. I just noticed.
Oh, I didn't catch that. That's
Yeah, it
that's
looks like
fun.
everyone's opening. Okay, rewarded. Okay, you con this.
No?
Taka!
No fun allowed.
I can so I think not conning or I think conning that is like honestly it's justifiable either way. I think personally like from your position in this game, I think you're probably not supposed to con it
No,
because
it's
you already have enough value probably as dealer. Other players may be already tenpai and whatnot. However, I think from your overall position in the league, like adding another 12k, 18k, pretty big deal. I think
he's
ooh,
too
okay.
careful for that.
Yeah, Wenshin finally gets Senpai after Sumo going 4 or 5 tiles with that really wide Ishanten.
Oh,
I think he definitely thought for a couple of seconds about cheating 5 pin and just taking the Nobaton, but immediately got rewarded for greeting.
yeah.
And now has Richi Tanya Pin Fudora, which is going to be at least 8,000. Oh, and that's an Ipatsu draw, but it is not going to deal in because it fills
No.
into Nicholas's hand.
Now,
Nicholas,
but Taka is in a rough position here.
yeah, I don't think it's like the worst. Like one mon's not terrible, and then oh. Okay, plays Tumon. Tumon already came out from Shimacho, that's why. And now 3-mon becomes safe. So all of a sudden, Taka can actually Taka's Tenpai.
Still fight.
Taka's Tenpai without cutting a single live tile.
Gee.
Alright, ready for Wenshin to draw a 4-pin?
Oh. Oh!
Boom.
The commentator. What is the curse supposed to be that it doesn't happen? When you call it?
This entire league is scripted. I'm sorry if you had to find out this way.
Max just knows the specific way the wall is having a laugh in this hand.
Oh, that's so fucked. See, the problem is that I've played with Taka, so I have to deal with this shit. I have to deal with this shit way too often. Oh, and now Taka actually has another fantastic hand. Already Shanten for Pin Fudora 1. With potential for Tanya as well.
Boom.
Oh, that's a Dorapon. So Taka sees Dorapon as like, alright, well, screw my greed. I already have 62k. I need to stop the Dorapon. And takes the cheap Senpai. Ooh. Oh, yes, yeah, you can't really chi the 8, so. I don't know why, I just like assume like once you have a call, like everything's a Yaku. Especially when I'm commentating, I'm just like, oh yeah, you can chi that. That's fine. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, like, honestly, even without, like, a high call rate, this is, like, an absolutely fine Dorapon, find a Yaku later play.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I'd probably do the same thing.
Is this? No, it's not quite Tenpai, but Leslie's got what looks like is going to end up, or could potentially end up being a Pinzu Itsu. Oh, no, decides to play towards the potential Pinfu instead. If she can draw a 7-pin into that, she'll have Richi Pinfu, which would be quite nice. Now, you can't chi the 8 and go Honitsu because you already pulled the 7-mon.
Boom.
Also, unrelated, but Wenshin is Ishanten for Sanshoku. Potentially.
Oh yeah, I didn't
And
catch that.
Yeah, and that 8-so is also looking quite nice to get after that 7-so palm. Obviously you're not super happy that there's only 2 left, but when you see the
Tsumo.
oh yeah, this is gonna be the Sumo. When you see the 7-so palm, it's like, huh. You know, either those 8-so are like gonna get cut or they're not there.
Another quality high pie for Taka here.
Yeah, 3 pairs, Manzu. Oh, I just kinda want to cheat to this. If I'm honest.
I probably at least cut the 8 so
Yeah,
here, I'd
just
imagine.
8-so. 8-so for sure. Is like,
Huh.
boo. Alright. I mean, like,
Oh,
fine.
wanting to hedge the upper Sanchoku, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, not quite sure. Yeah, punished.
Certainly it goes now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shimocha actually, Nicholas has a pretty nice looking hand. Potential actually for value as well. Could palm the Hatsu and then like try to like force the West. Oh, there's the Sanchoku. Rip. But yeah, nice looking hand for Nicholas. Leslie's hand slowly but surely filling in as well. Not a whole like not the easiest shapes to fill, but like made a lot of
Gee.
progress already from Hi-Fi. And then like Wenshin's hand is just kind of awful. Like,
Nicholas calls out Tezuka.
takes the Otozuka. I don't dislike it really because like the plan with this hand is get the Hatsu and then like wait on the west.
Oh, what do you do with this?
Chitoi.
I guess, yeah.
I mean, I think playing this first Tanyao is fine. I think maybe you can play Forpin first doesn't seem bad.
These, wow.
I told you though, this is Chinitsu. Like when you have flow, you have to channel it. It's actually no. Taka's just big brain. He played the Naimon immediately so that people won't think he's Chinitsu.
There you go.
Yeah, easy. The problem, unfortunately for Nicholas, this the way if Taka starts opening for this Chinitsu, like it's gonna be hard for Nicholas to get that Hatsu.
Yeah.
Leslie has made her way to a nice looking Ishanten, though it would only be Richino no matter what tempai she gets, but there's like a potential for this to shift to a Tanya as well.
Yeah, one issue for
Home.
Taka here is that Wenchen is just not drawing Manzu tile.
Yeah, Wenshin's just not drawing anything. Oh, there's the Dora pair up though. So that was like you have 4 pairs and they're 2 of them are Dora. So like maybe you start thinking about Chitoi, but like it's so late.
This
Also,
shape that Taka
yeah.
has is disgusting.
Yeah, hope you practice your Chinitsu trainer. I think like rule of thumb, just like chi the outsides and just hope for the best.
Home.
Okay, yeah. Wenshin sees like potential Toy, I think. With 2 Dora, and knowing the Dora is dead, then you're pretty okay with that because like 1, you're now losing heavily because of that unfortunate chase deal in, and 2, like you know that if you deal in here, it's probably very cheap.
Yeah.
Oh, that is Tempai for Leslie, but she does have to deal in to take it. Yep, this
Boom.
is going to, unfortunately. But is only going to be 2,200, 1,000 points plus the Homba, which are worth more than the, which is worth more than the actual hand because Taka won't let us lead ease. No, but anyway, this hand actually looks pretty nice for Nicholas. The 2-pin
Yeah.
Anko, the Dora Ryanmen, not, of course, the objectively correct first discard that backfires.
Of course.
The staple of any good dealer hand. Oh, and now the 4-pin draw. So this is gonna get spicy real quick. Leslie immediately cuts the Dora, looking like she's already Ishanten for Sanchoku potentially.
That one isn't. Is that one useful?
If you draw 1, yes,
Okay.
but also like complex shapes are nice, and it's like fairly yeah, okay. I don't know. We're setting the Suji trap. We're gonna wait on 3 eventually. Yeah, Leslie is also already Pinfu Sanchoku Ishanten. This is just gonna be
Riichi.
Pinfu. The unfortunate part of this, and then like I don't think this Riichi is bad, though I can see greeting. I can also see just taking it immediately. I
think this is like I want to stay in second, please.
yeah. Well, I think you're definitely like math-wise, you're definitely supposed to just take this immediately. Especially once you've already cut when you're not anywhere close to the door. There are more tiles that win you the game than there are
Wait,
that give you Sanchoku.
That weight is 10.
Which way?
That Leslie's.
No, it's 2-5-10.
Riichi.
Oh, sorry, I misread.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I misread that as a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay. Yeah, I think oh yeah, makes sense. Okay, Wenshin by the way, I think so normally this would be a chase that maybe you feel a little bit meh about. But 1, you're already in last place, so like screw it. Let's try to get something. But 2, Wenshin sees 3 of the 4 Dora. So even though he's on like 6-mon Kanchan, he thinks like my value is probably similar, if not better, to Leslie, just by having a Dora in hand. And if you get like Sumo Ura, like boom, Mangon. The unfortunate thing for Leslie here is how like that Nicholas has really no reason to cut 2-pin or 5-pin. And there's gonna be the Sumo, so Riichi Sumo Dora at the very least. And there's the Ura, boom, there you go. So by correctly identifying that like Akanachi is just generally a very push happy game, taking Kanchan +1 as a chase, like Wenshin gets themselves a manga and gets out of last place.
Yeah, that's the solid move, you know?
Yeah, it's
It-
it's so difficult when you don't when you don't have Dora to create value in Akanashi, which is why like I don't really understand like people saying that we're playing with red fives is a Dora lottery because it's just like no, Akanashi is also a Dora lottery. There's just less people that hit it.
ポン
But that's my personal bias.
ポン
Anyway, Taka is already Shanten for Toy Toy. Meanwhile. And also just like Ishansen for like a very good weight in general if he can palm this 8-mon. Which like I think playing 5-so here is fine. I also think like not playing
I would play 5 so. I mean,
Yeah. The thing though is like you already palmed the 6-mon. So it's like you have more Rion tile. You have more Rion outs if you hold the 5-so.
well, that's
Now it is Tempai. Shinomi is absolutely fine for Taka. Like if he
Yeah.
gets Toy Toy here, it's just a bonus. Oh, Con. You're Tempai. You're Tempai. God. Taka!
no fun allowed.
For the vibe. Alright, anyway, other hands. Ooh, is that not quite Tempai, but very nicey Shanten for Nicholas.
ポン
And that is going to be the pawn here for Leslie, who's also now in a fairly nicey Shanten. Holding the Haku is a little bit of a safe tile. That 3-pin, actually, that getting rid of that 3-pin preemptively might end up really good for her and actually just hits the Hellweight Haku. Okay, easy. But if Taka draws the 3-pin, I mean, holding that 3-pin would have been disaster for Leslie. Alright,
No.
there it is. Alright, well, like, how do you feel about pulling 8-mon there? Because, like, you're at 62K, you
We've
know?
already established that
Yeah.
there's no fun to be had in
Yeah,
this.
Taka doesn't like fun. But, like, at one point, like, you got 1K.
I think Taka likes fun, just not
That's
here in
true.
this
That's
game.
true.
And
That's
not
true.
here in this particular game, apparently.
Yeah, that is very true, like Corey. So you want to give people as few opportunities as possible to hit 30K. Because right now, like, Taka's effective score is 68 points.
Yeah, we can joke, but I think you just take your 1,000 points and
Personally, I probably would have palmed. I think that's also like partially on A1 being so scaled towards like first place or nothing.
yeah.
Like in terms of like overall in the league.
But in B3 right now is stay top half.
Yeah, stay top half and stay positive is like as if any like if past seasons have been any indication like if you're positive you have a decent spot of, or pretty good shot at getting one of those trickle down whatchamacallit like trickle
Like
down
additional
promotion
promo
spots. Yeah. Anyway, oh hello. So Nicholas is churring.
Oh, yeah. I guess you have to at least give it a shot.
I don't think you can actually like justifiably go for churn here just because like you have the Naito is Dora, so you just have to make this as fast as possible, which means
Oh,
calling.
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't catch. Yeah.
Yeah, so like, yeah, I mean, if you draw the Naito, like, great. If you draw into your churn, great. But like, opening this hand is just too good.
We're at least aiming at a Chinitsu.
Yeah, oh yeah, like 100% aim at the cheese, but you can't afford to let that go by just because
No,
you
no.
happen to be Churn or like San Shanten or whatever it was. I guess it was Churn Ryan Shanten, right? Needed 5-so, 7-so, 9-so, and that's Tempo. Yeah.
These.
Yeah, so this is
Well,
now.
that is Tenpai on 7, so.
Yeah, Tempai on 7-so for a Hanuman. There's only one 7-so on the wall, unfortunately, but it is fairly easy to upgrade this weight. And this is a huge 12K here, because that would jump Nicholas all the way to second place after spending most of the game like kind of in a rough spot. Oh yeah, Leslie's in danger. Leslie made us play 7-so at some point, though it looks like she's committing it. She now she commits to that as her pair. Oh, but Taka deals in, going for the Adazuke. Doesn't see the danger. Feels okay pushing into the no overflow and gets punished for it. Not great overall for Taka to lose 12,000 points there, but still also the only one over 30k, so it has that nice little
That's
buffer.
the second time tonight we've seen a careful player get bopped by no overflow Chini 2.
Yeah, and not only that, no overflow Chini Dora too, exactly. Both of them were no overflow Chini Dora too. I saw Eric actually talking in the Discord. He missed a Tadashi, and so that thought that the 5 mon had passed since the last time
Yeah.
the hand had changed, which like fair, it happened. Anyway, so yes, Taka's hand is good here. The problem is that like winning Shinomi here doesn't really do anything. Same thing with like Richinomi. Like I mean, like it does. You get a few more points. However, Taka needs someone to end the game here without going over 30k, which is like a really annoying spot to be in. Like I hate being last dealer for specifically these circumstances. Because like everyone has like such specific things that they want to do as last dealer or like in South 4. So like usually you just like fall victim to like whoever the fastest player is.
9? Yeah, okay.
We'll see the tune will probably come out from Nicholas as soon as another progress tile is drawn. We'll see whether or not Taka wants to pull that for Nomi. I imagine he probably will. Just because he's
I
dealer.
think you do, even if just to see if the next hand gives you something better
Yeah.
to
Oh,
work with.
Tenpai, just jam the Shabo. Jam the Shabo.
Yeah.
Jam the Shabo. Jam the Shabo. He's deciding. He's deciding.
リーチ
Jam the Shabo. Let's go! I think this is pretty, unfortunately for Nicholas, fairly high odds that Nicholas will deal in with
Right
this tune
here, maybe?
right about now. Oh wow,
No?
just push the 3-pin. Okay, maybe not then.
Boom.
Oh,
No.
okay. Well, maybe they already played 2-pin. Okay, holding on. Can still get bailed. Can still get saved by Chundra. Oh, that's a wider Ishanten though. That's also safe. There we go. All right, let's go, Nicholas. Dodge. Oh no, Leslie, no.
Nicholas saves
Non-choker.
his second place for at least
Wow.
one more.
Nicholas is just like
round.
sitting there, is like, I'm a genius. Oh, that's terrible for Leslie, because even without the arrow, that drops her into last place. Really unfortunate. I think Leslie's beginning to feel a little bit cursed into never getting second place, by the way. Because she had like a fairly like nice looking second place, like until
Yeah.
until Nicholas won a Hanuman off of the player that no one expected to deal in. And then dealt in like pushing dealt in with a random Chun
Yeah,
pushing
that
a
rough night.
yeah.
And this is already Itsu Ishanten for Taka.
Yeah, but also I will
Gee.
just happily take Richie Pinfu if he happens to draw like
Yeah,
in the
for
Monzu.
sure.
He's got Dora, so it's Richie Pinfu Dora. There's even an outside where we get Sanchoku here. Potentially. Like if you draw Tuso.
チ
But Leslie looks like she is sending this for her Honitsu / Chinitsu. It would be a manga and it would get her second place.
Yeah, you just
Oh,
リーチ
but Taka's just gonna jam. Richie Pinfudora, currently Leslie does not have any of the dealing tiles in hand. Just 7-so Gembutsu, Haku and Hatsu very pushable. That is 5 pairs for Wenshin. However, is Chitoi really something you want to fight the dealer with? No, decides to play. Interesting that Wenshin decides to play the 9-pin. It's Sotogawa, but like
Yeah,
he
but-
declined pawning the Haku, so like I don't really get why you're risking anything. It's like if you're not gonna pull that Haku, I don't know why you risk 9-pin. Oh no, Leslie.
ドン
This one's gonna hit Ura because of the way it be. Oh,
no,
okay.
not scripted after all.
All right. Oh god, that's so rough. Apparently, my scripting is only anti-Wenshin. Anyway, South 4-2. That's like also the thing though. Taka's had the blessing of being the fastest hand twice in a row as dealer, which like can be the advantage of being last dealer. It's like if the scenarios that people have to go for in South 4 aren't like don't lend themselves to being fast, you can just like play normal and outspeed. But I just
Oh.
find that like too often someone just like, oh, Tanyao Nomi is good for me in South 4. I'm just gonna go for that as fast as possible. But Taka has gotten his points back from that 12K deal in,
Well,
and is sitting with
Leslie has
another.
a fighting hand here,
Oh
so
yeah, Leslie Ishanten for Richie Pinfudora. If she gets Tsumo, it's 65,000 or 6,500 points becomes a 7,300 point swing, right?
um
So
ye-
it would be not quite enough, and she would need a deal in or either a deal in from Wenshin or Sumo or I think. Oh, or just draw Dora too. That also works.
it
Richie
sure
Pinfudora.
does.
Yeah, Richie Pinfudora too. Just slam it. Pinfudora. Oh no. I really hope she doesn't accidentally roam something without
Boom.
realizing. Slam, 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 slam. Please, please. You don't need to pick out. You already have a Mungon.
Just take it. Oh,
No, she's going for Chinitsu or Leon
リーチ
Pico. Oh, no, no. Chitoi Tenpai for Wenshin. Actually, Wenshin, this could be Wenshin's play to get over 30k. Reaches
Chi.
Sumo Chitoi for the 2. Something like that. Oh my gosh.
oh,
Come on. I mean, surely.
リーチ
Come on. It's Dora 3. All right. What's the weight? What's the weight? What weight are we taking? Pretty much all. Actually, the best weight somehow is 4 Montanki. Oh no, it's dead.
ポン
Oh no.
oh, that's tragic.
Boom.
Well, oh no. Well, it's 2 versus 0. Taka's like, all right, well, we out. And also, Nicholas is just kind of casually Chini to Ishanta.
It's I'm I
Oh, no.
just
ロン
insult upon injury here.
Do you get earn to get second place? Yes, you do, of course. On the weight you chose. So, good wall reading. Oh, that actually with the reach thing against Winchin over 30k. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I can't do math.
No, not quite.
I can't do math. All right.
Well,
This
Taka
is why
launches
this is
himself
why I have a liberal arts degree again.
almost up to the playoff spots.
Yeah, that's a huge get for Taka. Finds himself slotted right under Garth. That's also like very like nice save for Wenchen, who has
Yeah.
like who after like the previous game like had gotten a nice plus out of the session. Just absolutely tragedy for Leslie, and unfortunate for Nicholas as well. Had a lot of like really like solid chances to get a lot of points that just didn't quite pan out.
Right.
Yeah, so that is going to be it for us tonight, I believe. These are again your B3 standings, as we touched on a little bit. Taka finding his way up to 6th place overall. But again, like being plus is the idea at the moment. Again, just a quick reminder: Korak and company have announced the Baltimore Ricci Open the first weekend of April. I will post the sign up form. It's $50 in 2017 WRC rules with -20 Chombo. And also Nagashi Mangan and no head bump. Oh, sorry, DC Ricci Open. My bad. I don't know what I said, but DC Open. I'm just gonna call it the Korak. I'm gonna call it the Korak Open.
Right.
But anyway, yeah, I have maybe dipped out of commentary for 2 minutes to sign up for myself because like of course I did. But anyway, this has been Max slash LPY slash Light Pink Yoshi slash shut up. I was joined here by Michael.
We are
Maybe
signing off for
Yep,
the
this has
evening.
been it for us tonight. Our Twitter, website, and YouTube where we post VODs, Twitter where we do Twitter, and the website where you can check standings and schedules are all on the screen at the moment. Thank you very much for joining us tonight, and we will see you. I believe the next scheduled broadcast is Monday for the Is Monday the mid-season or is that the league championship?
I think Monday is the midseason, and the Tuesday,
Monday's
Tuesday is
mid-season. Tuesday is 2 of our 4 championship games that are finally been scheduled. No shade there. I know scheduling is hard for some people. and Wednesday is our weekly scheduled stream. And I imagine we'll probably stream something over the weekend as
all right. Have a great night,
well.
everyone.
Yep, and thank you very much, Harrison, for broadcasting tonight and for submitting the log for the review we did between games. A lot of good stuff out of it tonight. And if you are interested in hearing me more tonight, I will be casting the Richinomi League on YouTube tomorrow with one of the New Yorkers. You can
Oh, that
experience
sounds fun.
experience me casting in-person mahjong for the first time from my home, far away from New York, but still. That should be fun. All right. Have a good night, everyone. Come to DC. Come play a tournament with me. Give me your points.
No charity for Max.
I need it.